What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another live stream. And oh boy, today we have a lot to see, a lot to talk about PHPverse, this new event by JetBrains, PHP Storm. And it will be a full day celebrating PHP. And, you know, I'm super happy to be here and to be able to react live to the entire event. How everyone is feeling today? F. Bervento, what's up? How you doing? Duke10, how you doing? Camus, what's up, dude? Diabel, Zola Dev. Nice to see everyone this beautiful morning. Roberto Dev, how you doing? Nice to see you too. Amdad, what's up, dude? Dominic Kiss, how you doing? She, how you doing, dude? Sepan and Roberto Dev once again. I didn't ever use the PHP3 file name extensions, but you know, super curious to see what was that about. Gele, how you doing? By the way, chat, we have little event starting in a little bit like 10 minutes already. Jesus Christ, time flies. Let me share my screen already and jump into this stuff already. So, you know, the goal today is live reacting into the entire event. So we are going to have all of the talks here, everything. We are going to watch this live and react into it here. I'm not gonna work. I'm gonna actually watch the full conference today. No plans for actually working today, only at night. But during the afternoon, I'm gonna just enjoy the conference, I think. I want to do this. Can I make this? Not yet, because it didn't start it yet. Okay. Let me just do this real quick, but also at the same time, just watch a little bit what we do have today. So this event will have literally superstars of the PHP community. We have obviously Taylor Otwell, Nicholas Grekas, which is literally the one of the more core maintainers of Symfony. He is not the creator, but it's literally the guy behind Symfony these days. We have Jeffrey Way from Laravel. By the way, chat, yesterday we had the chat with Jeffrey Way. I'm literally already editing that video and should be out either tomorrow or close to the end of the week. We have Povilas from Laravel Daily. You guys know this dude, superstar also from the Laravel community. You know, and many more. Roman, Kevin, Marcel Posiot, and the day will start literally in 10 minutes, and will be literally the warming up by the hosts. And after that, we have Kevin Douglas about Franken PHP. I've been using this stuff already, by the way, chat. I don't know about you guys, but I've been using this stuff already on my production applications. A very good server done by Kevin Douglas. We have also a talk by Nicholas Grekas about the future of Symfony. This will be super exciting, and I cannot wait to see this. We have Marcel Posiot about building MCP servers with PHP. I think this one will be awesome too. I will be live streaming the entire event, correct. So if you want to watch with me, you can do that. You can also watch the event directly on the JetBrains channel if you want to. But if you watch it here, I will be literally live reacting to the entire event. I think it'll be awesome. Then we have How AI is Changing the Tech Industry by Chiuk Ting Hu. Okay, so a little bit of AI as well. We have Taylor Otwell doing a Q&A. Okay, so the creator of Laravel, my boss too, will literally do a Q&A. Then we have some merch, the future of PHP education with literally the goats of PHP education, Jeffrey Way, Povilas Corp, and Kevin Bound. But at the very end, we have also a talk from Roman about the PHP Foundation. Okay, so this will be super exciting, man. I cannot wait to see all of this. Starting in 11 minutes, man. How everyone is feeling today, by the way. Ben, what's up, dude? How you doing? Sing, how you doing too? Code with Bert, how you doing, Bert? Nice to see you here. Viera, how you doing? Vishal too. I'm not taking a session. What do you mean? Like talking? Nah. I cannot do that. Like literally, preparing a talk is a lot of time, and time is expensive, so I cannot do that. Holy shit, we have the chat as well from the live stream itself, which is kind of cool. Arrowdev, how you doing, man? Bonji, nice to see you. Hello, everyone from TikTok too. We are literally live streaming to 5 different platforms. We are live streaming to YouTube, Twitch, Kik, TikTok, and Twitter. Yeah, Twitter too. Even though the community on Twitter, streamer-wise, is not that great. Efferento is saying the following. I'm having fun with Auth2, passing state between Auth services and our backend. Have fun, dude. Hey Mohin, how you doing? From India. Yeah, literally, we are on the time zone of India today for the first time probably ever, because my live streams are literally late at night, and that's not fully compatible with the India time zone, and I do get that. Regardless, welcome today, and have fun on this event. This will be literally, and if you just arrived, if you don't know me, my name is Nuno Maduro, PHP and Laravel developer, also Laravel core team member. I stream regularly about PHP, but I also publish content about PHP. If you don't know, you can literally watch my channel and see a bunch of PHP content. Today, we are here to celebrate 30 years of PHP, which is mind-blowing. Just thinking, 30 years of PHP, chat. Isn't this like, whoa, like literally? 30 years of PHP, and we are going to celebrate all together with the PHP superstars, and I think will be an awesome event. Props for JetBrains and PHP Storm for literally being so supportive with the PHP community, okay? Marcos from Brazil, Christian from Puerto Rico, Telco S from Croatia, Rafael from Philippines, I think. Yeah, as I was saying, I think there is some awesome speakers already, so, Camus is saying, is Laravel still merging stuff from Symfony? Well, what do you mean? Can you elaborate? How much time do we have? We have literally 9 minutes. People going crazy already on the JetBrains chat. There's literally 1,000 people watching. That's insane. That's actually insane. Roberto there from Italy. Italy, I think that is literally a Laravel Dev Day over there, which is kind of similar to what would be a Laravel Live event. That's awesome. I think I have been on PHP Day already, which is in Italy. Agugi is saying from Morocco. I haven't been there already. I need to do that traveling, go to Morocco. Camus is asking if the Symfony updates will be also available in Laravel. Yeah, typically, Laravel uses some of the Symfony components. And if you want to rely on some of those updates, you can have them on Laravel too. Yo, is the Laravel Day in November in Italy? Interesting. How Pinkery is looking on Nightwatch. Oh my god, you guys have to watch Nightwatch. I was so focused on cloud that I actually dedicated very little to none time to check Nightwatch in advance. And yesterday at night, I was literally installing Nightwatch on Pinkery, but also on past PHP, and it's mind-blowing, honestly. It is mind-blowing. I'm going to send you the link so you guys can check it out, but it is honestly mind-blowing, Nightwatch. Here we go, chat. Check Nightwatch from me if you want to. Literally, Nightwatch is mind-blowing how many insights it can actually give you. Super happy to be able to leverage that platform now for my production applications. I'm using it already in Pinkery, in past PHP. It is undeniably working even better for Pinkery because there is a lot of database interactions, a lot of cache interactions. So I literally already have insights to act on my Pinkery platform. I detected a bunch of n+1 queries. I detected a bunch of issues already, literally. So, Aprod is saying, I was up until 3 a.m. to install Nightwatch. Oh my god, dude. Hello from UAE. Hey, how you doing? I've been on Dubai literally 4 months ago. That was fun. Gerlan Sun is saying, greetings from Sweden. How you doing, dude? Cameron is asking, is a Sentry replacement? You have to check by yourself. I don't know how you are using Sentry, but there is definitely some features that overlap. Hey, Hadrian, how you doing? Are you staying today to watch the PHPverse with us? April is saying, I'm already making pull requests based on Nightwatch to improve some of the performance. Oh, that's awesome. I'm undeniably using Nightwatch like for everything right now because the insights you get, it's like mind-blowing. I don't even know how they get, how they are able to get so many information. It's insane. Agent is saying a full day of meetings. Oh, dude, take the day off. I literally took the afternoon off so I can literally watch this with you guys. Zoladev is saying, hello from Indonesia. How you doing, man? Nice to see you here. Antoine is saying, hi from France. I don't know if you know, but I actually lived in France for 5 years, literally in Paris. I do know how to speak French too. Hey, Joel, how you doing? A Nuno work time stream. Well, today will be literally to watch the PHPverse event. So, you know, I think we'll be a little bit about, you know, watching this event together. Shao is saying hello from Uzbekistan. Marcos is saying, estamos esperando você para evento no Brasil. Dude, I want to be in Brazil this year, okay? I don't know what conference it will be, but I will be in Brazil this year. 1,000% sure. I would love to be in São Paulo, but if it's not possible in São Paulo, I'm still going, you know? I don't care. Bruno is saying, bonjour, Nuno. Bonjour, how you doing? Alternate Human Being is saying, do you stream better than Prime? I have... Holy shit, it's starting. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Okay, quality 1,000%, uppercase, volume up. Chat, there is still no sound, but we need to do the sec chant, chant sec. But yeah, we'll be on Brazil, that absolutely. And I don't stream better than Prime. Prime has that energy for 8 hours straight. I cannot do that. The Gunnar from TikTok is saying, hello from Gambia. How you doing? Clam sent me literally a flower on TikTok. Thank you so much for that. Maybe you want to do the cam and the banner smaller for the event. I don't think we need to do that. Like, depending on, you know, depending of how the event will be actually streamed, we may adjust that. But so far, I don't think we need to do that, you know? Who writes PHP anymore? Everyone, dude. Everyone. Like, honestly, PHP in 2025 is an awesome language. By the way, if you have questions regarding that, I do have a video on my YouTube channel. Let me show you. A video on my YouTube channel just about PHP in 2025. Where is it? Here we go. PHP in 2025 is insane. Honestly, if you think PHP is bad, just watch this video because it will blow your mind. Okay? PHP these days is literally an amazing language with many features that you would find on modern languages too. Okay? So if you have questions about the future of PHP and how cool it looks like, just watch that video, okay? Unlocked for Real is saying the following. Will there be a Laravel community and meetups in Africa in the future for the developers? I think like those meetups need to come from the community itself. So, you know, if you want to be on a meetup, why don't organize a meetup yourself? Honestly, it just takes no time and will be basically, you know, super easy to put in place. You just have to find a room, a couple of developers, and that's it. Thank you, Alternate Human Being, for being so receptive. Check that video, yeah. Churkin, it didn't even start it yet. It will start like in 3 minutes, I think. Anthony Deve is saying PHP won't die. Morten is saying I have a laptop for you to sign. Thank you, thank you. Bert is saying regarding meetups, just organize yourself. The audience will come. Absolutely. That's what I've been saying, man. I literally organize meetups in Portugal. And it's so easy, man. I just literally contact the company. Company say yes to host the event. Then I create something on meetup.com. People just appear out of nowhere, and that's it. Abusta, how you doing? From Germany, nice to see you. I haven't been in Germany yet, meaning that I have been on an airport in Germany, but I haven't, been around Berlin, for example, yet. Keith is saying the following. Next live stream about filament. I would like to know how to combine is action pattern, way action pattern, that's a nice one, on filament. Yeah, so if you guys want to see a filament week, you need to put a like on the filament video I've just published. If it reaches 1,000 likes, I will actually do a filament week after Laracon US. Hey, Jose Neves, how you doing? Jose Neves is asking, what do I like about Symfony? I really appreciate Symfony pushes the ecosystem forward. Holy shit. Holy shit. Regarding the components, and I love the Symfony components, okay? Are you guys ready? PHPverse is about to start. We are about to celebrate 30 years of PHP, and I cannot wait for this event. Let's clap for PHP for 30 years. Happy birthday, PHP. Let's have fun all together, celebrating PHP forever, dude. Let's go. Oh, is the sound okay, chat? Let me know if the sound is okay. Write on the chat if the sound is okay.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining PHPverse. Hi, Niels.
Hey, Brent. Great to be here.
Yeah, it's so good to be here together with you. We're celebrating 30 years of PHPverse, and that's quite amazing.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to looking back.
Thank you, Bonkers. Thank you.
With some of our speakers today, but also looking into the future and what is yet to become. Really exciting stuff coming up.
Right? Yeah, I feel the same way. It's exciting to use PHP these days.
There's so many things happening and like software in general, and I think PHP in particular, a lot of people are looking in so many different directions, and there's so many things happening simultaneously. I mean, it's difficult to keep up sometimes. It's great to kind of talk to some of the people involved.
Okay, I will fix the sound. 1 second, chat. 1 second.
Exactly. And we're going to do a lot of things today. Here we have great speakers, and we have all of you here on the stream as well. So
1 second, chat.
We're organizing this event to really celebrate PHP together with the community. So thank you for joining as well. Maybe before we dive into some practical stuff, let me introduce my co-host here today. In case you don't know him, this is Niels. And I was talking to Niels yesterday, and I realized he's kind of like the backbone, together with Jordi, who's somewhere in the room as well, kind of the backbone of the modern PHP ecosystem. Isn't that right, Niels?
I mean, in a way.
Okay, how about now?
We're providing some infrastructure, and there's all of these amazing things that are then provided through that are built on top of Compose.
Is it better? I cannot make it louder than this now. Okay, that is definitely a sound problem, I think.
I mean, if something goes wrong on your end, a lot of people will notice, right?
Yeah, I mean, we try and take a lot of precautions for that not to happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, sure. In the worst case, it would impact a lot of people, yeah. But yeah, let me introduce you as well.
Yeah.
This is Brent. And you've probably seen him a lot on his many YouTube videos. You've read his blog. It's always fun to follow along how you explain new things that are happening in PHP. He's also a developer advocate at JetBrains. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to hosting the day today with you.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Thanks for being here, Niels. Thanks for being here.
Much better? Okay.
Folks. And yeah, going to be so awesome. A couple of practical things before we start the first talk of the day. We have a Discord server, and we're going to do Q&A after every talk. And it would be really nice if we could get most of the questions on the Discord server, because it's easier to manage over there. There's a link where you can find all the things you need to know to join that Discord server. There are already quite a lot of people here, so that's nice. And what we're going to do, we're going to have 20-ish, 25.
So I have lowered my sound a little bit, and I have put a JetBrains sound on the maximum level.
5-minute talks, and after each talk we will have a Q&A session and discuss some of the questions you've asked together with the speaker here at our table. So yeah, join the Discord server. I would say ask your questions. You can just write down whatever comes to mind while our speakers are talking, and we'll try to keep track of that.
And I think let's maybe start with something that you can send us a message about there. We want to take a look back at PHP over the last many decades, but Why don't you let us know, how many years have you been using PHP? What's that for you, Brent? Like, what's like the oldest thing that you remember being introduced to something new?
I've started using PHP in 2012. When did you start using PHP? Right on the chat.
Of course, I thought about this up front, but I'm only I've been using PHP for a little over 10 years, I would say, so not that long. But I remember short arrays. That was like the new big thing, and I tried to use it in a project during my first job, and they were like, "No, Brent, you cannot use this. This is like new PHP. We have to wait 5 years before we can actually use this in our code." And I was like, "Huh? Why? This is so cool. Why do I have to write array?" So that for me is like the thing that stands out, like my first new thing I remember about PHP. So I think that's 5.6, 5.4. I don't know. Short array syntax. Someone let us know in chat.
Correct us on the exact version number.
Do you have like a feature that dates you, Niels?
Yeah, I think I don't know. I remember having to deal a lot with changing the name of super globals to remove like the long names, or some early memories are renaming constructors to be called __ construct. I don't know if that gives you kind of a time range of what we're talking about, but
yeah, older than me actually.
It's been more than 20 years.
Yeah.
just so you know.
Yeah. I feel young. I'm pretty happy with that. Actually, I have the same age as PHP, so I was born. No, not exactly the same.
Can say happy birthday.
No.
Not quite
Next month. No, but yeah. If you have like a thing that you remember about PHP, let us know. Can be in YouTube chat, can be on Discord. It's all fine. And then I'm happy to get to know our audience a little bit better. But now it's time to introduce our first speaker, and it's already like a super interesting topic because PHP started out as a templating language, essentially, right? And then it evolved into something else, into honestly a great programming language. But it was never like the intention of Rasmus to end up where we now are, and so we've seen quite a lot of evolution over the years. And the past years, I've noticed that like the tooling around PHP is getting like more and more traction. And one of the things there are the PHP runtimes, right? I'm thinking stuff like Swool and Roadrunner, and then there's FrankenPHP.
Right, and I think it's really showing that the changes that are happening around PHP and outside of PHP are impacting how and what is being developed with and in PHP, and thus there's a need for change, for evolution, for new tooling to really fit our current times. And so I'm really looking forward to introducing Kevin.
Come on up, Kevin.
Come on up. Yeah.
He's gonna walk in front of the camera here. Oh no! Oh, nice.
They did figure out how to not do that.
Nice,
So
awesome.
cool.
Kevin, good morning, midday, afternoon. Like people are watching from different time zones. How are you?
Fine, and you? I'm very happy to be there with you.
Yeah, nice, awesome. Yeah, I mean we're doing good. It's good to be here. And yeah, you're the first one giving a talk today. Maybe a little, no pressure, no pressure. But it's a super interesting topic. So actually, let me quickly introduce you so that you don't have to worry about like spending too much time here, and you can just dive straight into the interesting parts, right? So Kevin is the creator of API Platform.
Yes.
You're a Symfony core contributor.
Also, yes.
And you made FrankenPHP.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's what you're gonna talk about. So actually, I just want to give the stage to you, Kevin, and you take it away and tell us all about FrankenPHP.
First of all, I'm not the only one working on the project. And thanks to the contributors that are making it an awesome project, because it wasn't possible to do that alone.
Awesome. Go ahead.
So, FrankenPHP. You may know that the project has been announced to be supported by the PHP Foundations. And for the birthday of PHP, we just moved the source code of the project in the PHP organization. So first, I will introduce what's FrankenPHP, what the benefit of using it, and I hope that you will try it on your next projects. And then I will introduce a brand new feature that we created just for this conference. And that will change the way you can build your PHP applications, because you will not use PHP anymore. Maybe with something else. So at the very beginning, the goal of Frontend PHP was to have an easy way to install PHP locally. Say, as a newcomer, I want to get started. I don't want to have to install a web server and install PHP SPM and configure everything to have that working. I just need something easy. So that was the first goal, to be able to easily install Frontend PHP locally for development, but also in production. So basically, Frontend PHP is a replacement for both your web server and your PHP engine. It can replace Nginx and PHP SPM or Apache and ModPHP. It has been designed from the very beginning to be cloud native. So it embraces Docker as much as possible, but it's also possible to very easily deploy a full PHP stack on a bare metal server. According to most recent benchmarks, it's the fastest PHP engine because it is written in Go and leverages some features, especially the Go routines of this programming language, making it super fast. It has support for features that has been missing in the PHP ecosystem for a while. For instance, it supports the 103 HTTP status code that wasn't possible to implement with PHP SPM. And it has a WebSocket-like capability built on top of another protocol called Mercure that we also develop at Letiel.coop. And by default, it will work with any PHP app that is compatible with PHP 8.2 or superior. You don't have to do any modification to your app to run it with Frontend PHP. To leverage some of the best features, then you will have to do slight modifications. We will go into that. So the first goal was to make something very easy to get started with. So you can download a binary that will contain a modern web server with a lot of capabilities that you only have in very advanced web servers like the paid version of Nginx, and a PHP engine, which is built on top of the official one that is sponsored by the foundation. So it's not a fork or a clone of the PHP engine. It's really using the true PHP from PHP SRC. We provide static builds. That means that you can get a single file containing the web server, PHP itself, and most of the popular PHP extensions. All the official PHP extensions, but also almost all third-party extensions are compatible with Frontend PHP and are shipped in the default distribution of Frontend PHP. And to run this application server, you don't need any runtime dependencies. So basically, you can just download the file, execute it, and you will have a working PHP server and project. We have been able to achieve that because actually Frontend PHP is two components. There is a low-level Go library which uses the PHP engine as a C system library. And as you may know, in Go, you can call C functions, and in C, you can call Go functions. So basically, we created a SAPI, allowing the built-in web server provided by the standard Go library to execute PHP code by using the official PHP engine. That's the core of Frontend PHP. There is another component that is the one that is well known as Frontend PHP. It's actually a custom build of the KDE web server. KDE is a popular alternative to Nginx and Apache, written in Go and leveraging the Go standard library and a lot of other very high-quality Go libraries to add many cutting-edge features. So basically, Frontend PHP, it's the KDE web server with an extra Go module allowing to execute PHP scripts with the KDE web server. So that means that with Frontend PHP, you get a single file running a single process. There is no network exchanges between the web server and PHP as with PHP SPM. It's entirely function calls. So it's very, very fast. Supporting both the modern stack like HTTP3 and things like that, we will go into that, and PHP, and the most popular PHP extensions. You can use all the features provided by KDE, by PHP, and by the PHP extensions. You can also, and that will be one of the announcements of this talk, extend the web server and PHP using the Go programming language and basically all the Go modules and libraries that are available. And that has been designed for to be used locally, but also in production. And there are already several hosters using frontend PHP in production. Some of the features that you get out of the box. First, that's one of the key features of KDE. There is native support for HTTPS certificates generations. That means that when you start the web server in production, automatically a certificate will be provisioned using Let's Encrypt or Zero SSL, and it will be automatically renewed. It supports all the very advanced features like encrypted Hello, for instance. That is brand new and only supported by KDE and Cloudflare for now. It also has native support for the latest and greatest versions of the HTTP protocol, including HTTP3, that is supported by default. For modern compression, including ZIP standards that has been added to Chrome during the past year, and that is already supported by frontend PHP. And it has, out of the box, a lot of modern features that are very popular in other ecosystems, especially in the Kubernetes ecosystem, for instance, but not that much in the PHP ecosystem, like structured logs in JSON, open metrics and open telemetry that is built in with a lot of insights that you can get on your application, an API that you can use to change the configuration of your PHP.
Just by the way, FrankenPHP is indeed absolutely awesome. Okay, absolutely awesome.
App or your web server directly through HTTP, native support for the 12-factor methodology, graceful reload, and a lot of other features that are built into the tool, mostly because it's built on top of KDE, and KDE has a lot of very powerful features. To get started for your next PHP project, that's very, very easy. The first and the way that we recommend is to use Docker, so you are sure to run the exact same stack on every computer. So we provide official Docker images. You just have to share the directory containing your PHP code to the app directory of the official Docker container, and to expose the standard HTTP, HTTPS, and HTTP3 using UDP ports. And that's all. You will get native support for HTTPS. Even locally, a self-signed certificate will be generated if necessary. If you don't want to use Docker because you prefer to run your code locally on your computer, or you want to deploy on a bare metal server to save some money, for instance, we also provide static binaries that are very easy to install. So there is a one-liner that you can run, and then frontend PHP provide a single file containing both the KDE web server, the PHP engine, and the wrapper allowing both to work together. So with a single command, you can start a modern PHP server with impressive performance. And that's quite new, and that was quite hard to do. So a big thanks to the contributors that created these features. But now we also have packages for Homebrew, both on Linux and Mac, for Debian, Ubuntu, Red Hat, and Fedora. So it's easier when using these packages to get the updates. Everything that is enabled by default in frontend PHP works with any existing PHP app. But we have an extra feature that can be enabled that is opt-in. So you need to make it explicit that you want to use this mode to improve the performance of your application. It's what we call the worker mode, and it's quite similar to what you can achieve with Roadrunner or Swool. but it's built into the engine, and it's closer. It's written entirely in C, and it's faster and closer than what you can do, especially with Roadrunner. So this mode is entirely optional and opt-in. You need to enable it, but you can enable it with only very slight modifications to your PHP code. And
someone was asking if Franken PHP can work well with Laravel Octane, and as you can see, it just works.
we will see that if you are using Symfony or Laravel, you doesn't have to change the code at all. So the main idea behind the worker mode is that, let's say that you create a hello world using Symfony or Laravel, and you profile it using a profiler like Tideways or Blackfire. You will see that most of the time is taken autoloading the classes using the autoloader provided by Composer, and initializing the objects, the services that are needed for all requests by all requests by using the dependency injection container provided by these frameworks. So basically, there is a boot time for every request that can be quite slow, and that is useless because it's always doing the same thing for every request. The main idea of the worker mode is to be able to start a script at the same time at the web server, initialize everything that can be shared between requests, for instance, autoloading the classes and initializing the global services needed for your Laravel or Symfony application, but there is no hard dependency to Symfony or Laravel. And then let this script handle the HTTP request when they flow, and reuse the objects that has been created to handle the next request. So this feature has been possible to implement because FrankenPHP itself is written in Go, and under the hood, we provide a new PHP function allowing to do that will reset the super globals, the stream handlers and things like that, but keep some global variables in memory. That's the main idea. And it's using the iconic feature of the features of the Go programming language, the Go routines and the channels that allow to leverage the CPUs, the multiple CPUs that you have in modern computer, and to do concurrent programming very efficiently. This mode is automatically supported by Symfony. If you use a recent version of Symfony, it will be enabled by default as long as Symfony will detect that you are using the worker mode of FrankenPHP, and will also be automatically enabled with Laravel if you install the Octane package. It's all.
Just by the way, for those who didn't got what is FrankenPHP, I'm going to explain it real quick. Today, to serve your Laravel application, you literally have to use PHPFPM. So FrankenPHP is a replacement for PHPFPM. So you don't have to use that PHPFPM thing. You can just use FrankenPHP, which is much, much faster and supports more HTTP features, okay?
Also supported by many cloud providers, including Laravel Cloud, Clever Cloud, and Platform.sh that has official support for FrankenPHP and this mode if you want to use it. So to enable the worker mode of FrankenPHP, basically you just have to write a simple config file. It's using the format of the KDE the configuration format of the KDE web server. So you need to specify a worker file that's a PHP script designed to start at the same time as the web server and to handle the request with the same running script. With both Symfony and Laravel, basically you need to point the file to the worker to the front controller of the application. And usually, that's all you need to do. The Cilius e-commerce platform did some benchmarks to compare PHP FPM with FrankenPHP with the worker mode. So Cilius is based on Symfony, so it's basically a Symfony application. According to them, the response time when using the worker mode is 80% faster. So that means that your conversion rate in e-commerce will be way better and that your ranking in search engine will improve just by enabling this mode. And also according to them, you can save some.
Just by the way, this is kind of expected because if you are not in worker mode, you are literally booting the framework every single time on every single request. And if you are in worker mode, everything will be like warmed to serve requests.
Something like $1,000 per month on your EC2 bill just by enabling the worker mode, because it's way more efficient than the standard mode for a typical e-commerce website with not that much traffic. So, of course, it's a benchmark, so you need to try on your own infrastructure with your own code to see the performance, but there are the performance gains, but it's way faster than PHPFPM. Some other features that are available in the tool. Support for the 103 status code. The main idea is to be able to preload the assets needed by the web page. Let's say that you are generating an e-commerce page in PHP. To do that, you will usually run a lot of slow SQL queries and do a lot of computations. In this example, this will take 200 milliseconds. And at the end of that, you will generate some HTML page that will be sent to the web browser. The web browser will parse the HTML, detect that it needs some extra resources, in this case, a CSS file. Then it will download this CSS file, 25 milliseconds. And finally, it will render the page. But us, as web developers, we know that the client will need the CSS file. So that's the main idea of this new status code. The web server or the PHP app, if it is smart enough, can immediately send a temporary and informative response telling the web browser that it will need these assets. In this example, the command.css file. So it can do that before doing the hard work, the slow SQL queries in my example. So the web browser will be able to download these assets while the server is generating the rest of the HTML.
Love this feature.
So in this example, at the end, the server will send the final 200 HTTP response, but the CSS file will already be there. So the latency will improve a lot. That's cool. That works in Node.js, for instance, but it's not possible to implement that with PHPFPM because of technical limitations. The fast CGI protocol is not compatible with sending multiple HTTP responses to a single HTTP request. That's not possible. So this is a problem with FPM. With Apache, it could be possible when using the Apache module, but it's very hard to do because we would have to refactor the Apache engine and the Apache module a lot, and nobody has done that so far. With Frontend PHP, because the built-in web server of Go supports this status code, it has been easy to implement. And so we provide a PHP function called headers send, and you can just set the headers containing the assets to preload, call this function, a temporary response will be sent to the web browser, then generate your HTML as usual, and a final 200 response will be sent to the web browser. So with Frontend PHP, you can use this new capability of the HTTP protocol, and that's the only PHP engine supporting that. If you are using the Symfony HTTP Foundation component, that means if you are using Symfony or Laravel or Drupal or PrestaShop or things like that, then there is an helper for that directly in this component. And so you have some helper methods to generate that. If you are not running Frontend PHP, then the informative 103 response will just be skipped. There will be no errors. Another interesting feature is the support for the Mercure protocol. It will be a bit hard to go deep into that during this talk, but you can find everything in the documentation on the website, and there are a lot of videos on YouTube explaining how it works. Basically, it allows your server to push data to the clients, and the clients will receive in real time JavaScript events to update the view. So it allows to create real-time applications, and it's built into Frontend PHP too. You can also, if you don't want to use Docker, package your PHP apps as standalone binaries. That means that you will have a single file containing the web server, PHP itself, the extensions that you need, the Frontend PHP SAPI, your PHP code, your assets, basically everything that is needed to run your app. To do that, it's quite easy. Install your dependencies in prod mode, clone the frontend PHP directory, execute the script that we provide, and set an environment variable to the path of your PHP code. And you get a binary that you can start, that will start your application without having to distribute the PHP code and the assets separately. Another interesting feature. And let's finish with a brand new feature that we created with Alexandre Daubois from the Symfony core team, just for this conference. This brand new feature is a new way to write PHP extensions using only Go and without having to write C code. It's still possible, of course, to write C code, but it's not mandatory. The main idea behind that is to be able to use the key features of the Go programming languages in your PHP apps and write some, let's say, performance-sensitive performance-sensitive code directly in Go, but call it from PHP. So, for instance, you could use Go routines to do tasks concurrently. You can trigger background jobs that will execute even after the end of the HTTP request. Another interesting use case is the ability to use all the existing Go libraries, including the SDKs that are very popular and very often written in Go in the DevOps world. If you are working with Kubernetes, for instance, almost everything is written as Go libraries that you can use. With this new tool, you can use these libraries directly from your PHP code. This also allows to share data between HTTP requests, because in Go there is a communication mechanism called the Go channels, and you can use them to create some kind of data communications between your PHP scripts that are running in parallel with frontend PHP. So this has been possible because frontend PHP is using a thread-safe build of PHP. This is required for Go routines. So we worked with many core contributors of PHP and the foundation to be sure that PHP and Go works very well together, and all the small bugs that we had in the beginning have been fixed. And that's what unlocked the ability to write PHP extensions using Go. Also, Go has some technical limitations, like you need to compile the modules, the extensions, statically. It's possible because we have all the infrastructure to do that in frontend PHP already. So actually, it was already possible to write PHP extensions directly in Go with some C boilerplate code if you were familiar with C and Go. What we have done for today is that we created some new tools that are available in the development version of frontend PHP to make it possible to write these extensions without having to write the C code by yourself. The C code still exists and is still used, but basically it is provided by frontend PHP. So we have a new helper to register the extension. We have tools to convert the internal data structures like the strings of PHP to the internal data structures of Go, back and forth. And we have a code generator to generate the boilerplate C code. Here is an example. This is a standard Go function that uses a Go routine to trigger some background job. So what it does, this function is non-blocking. It starts a background job, wait 10 seconds, then logs something. Very easy. Thanks to this specific Go directive, as you can see as a kind of special comment at the first line, we say that we want to expose this Go function as a PHP function having this signature. So as you can see, you can just write pure Go, that's quite easy, and use any Go library in this snippet if you want. Then create a Go module. Use the new command line tool that we provide in frontend PHP directly to generate the C code that is necessary to expose this Go function to PHP, and create a new build of frontend PHP, including your extension. And that's all you need to do. The function is now available in your PHP code and will delegate to your Go code. This code generator has native support for functions, classes, PHP classes, it's structs in Go, but basically it's more or less the same thing. Basic types and strings. We are working on adding support for PHP arrays and objects. The generated code can be edited and enhanced if you want to do things more advanced. For instance, but to do that, you need to know how to write C code and especially how to use the C macros provided by PHP and extensions. We also created, let's say, an example extension to see what you can do with this kind of tools. It's a client for the etcd key value distributed data store. The official SD key for this tool is written in Go and is very efficient because it allows to have a persistent connection for a whole application using a single connection for all the HTTP requests. So we basically wrapped this library as a PHP extension. And so you can find this demo extension on GitHub, and it showcases all the best practices to write PHP extensions in Go, including how to have global objects in Go reused by all the HTTP requests handled by PHP, how to write tests, how to convert the data structure. So it's a quite complete example. I hope that it will change the way you write advanced PHP applications, and that when needed, you will be able to delegate to the Go programming language that can be very, very useful. And that many new extensions leveraging the power of the Go programming language will be made available publicly. Thank you.
Thank you. This was fascinating. Thanks a lot for that.
Wow. You start with like the performance improvements, and I'm already sold, right? And then there's this, and the next feature, and the next feature, and just it keeps coming, and I'm like, wow, this is quite impressive, Kevin.
Yeah, I'd love to ask you a few of the questions. I think there have been a few questions coming in from the audience as well. Let me maybe start off by I think something that people, I think also brought up in the chat a bit is wonder, does this change like how you develop your application, how you debug your application? I mean, obviously, if you're building a static binary that contains everything, sure, then you can't easily edit it anymore, but that's not the default way of going about things, right? Like, can you just kind of make it a bit clearer for people, like, does the debugging process for if you're working on a PHP application change?
Yes. If you are using front-end PHP on normal PHP application, I mean, if you are not using the worker mode, then you can debug it as usual if you use DD in Laravel in Symfony, or if you use Xdebug. Xdebug is entirely supported, so it will not change anything.
Yeah.
If you are using the worker mode, it's a bit more complicated because then you need to know if you want to debug the worker itself, that will run in background, or the code that is handling an HTTP request. But again, you can do that with Xdebug. We are working with Derek to fix some remaining issues in worker mode only. It will be done very soon. For DD and dump that are popular in Symfony and Laravel, it's already entirely supported, and we fixed some issues with the worker mode very recently, but now you can use the usual tools. If you are writing, let's say, extensions using this new feature in Go, then you can just use the debugging tools provided by the Go programming language itself, and it's how we debug that, to be honest. And there is a debugger called Valve that is shipped with the standard Go distribution, and it works out of the box with front-end PHP if you want to debug the Go code.
I don't know about you guys. For debugging, I'm using DD all the time, okay? DD forever.
You want to debug the C code, if you are really going in the advanced way, then you need to use the GDB.
Yeah, I understand. I think that's just a good thing for people to kind of understand that it's easy to get started with, right? Because it seems like this, like, you know, like you said, like, oh, there's all these amazing things, and I think it's easy to kind of come in and go like, oh my god, like so many different changes. But I think it's really easy to get started, and then you can start thinking about, okay, what else can I make use of and build on top of that? But
I mean, I was trying out FrankenPHP last week because I knew you were coming, Kevin, and I wanted to have tried it out at least once. And I know it was just like simply just running FrankenPHP without the worker mode, and it just worked. And indeed, but this was local, of course, and like no absolute benchmarks here, but like 25% performance increase just out of nothing.
Cool.
So that's really nice.
Yeah, I think that's something I would be fascinated. I mean, I think the worker mode, that's one thing, but like just by itself, how does this compare? Are there a lot of benchmarks people can find? Is that something that we need like ask help from the audience maybe to produce a bit more?
So there are a lot of benchmarks available, but there is one from the Laravel core team that is available on the Laravel website. There is one from Cilius. And both benchmarks say that Franken PHP is the fastest engine, but the thing is that we optimized a lot of things since then this benchmark, and now
the benchmark he's talking about, actually, I was the one making it. Was literally benchmarking Franken PHP with Octane.
It's even faster. My colleague Antoine Blichet is working on a new set of benchmarks that will be up to date for the Cilius conference. So in the next few weeks, there will be new benchmarks with up-to-date numbers that will be publicly available.
Yeah, look forward to that.
So there's time for one more question, and I just noticed something on the Discord here. By the way, if you're watching and you want to pitch in with the Q&A, you can just come to Discord. There are a lot of people talking here. We won't be able to answer all questions on streams, but Kevin, you're invited or required to go into Discord after your talk and to take a look at all the questions here. So they will be answered. But here Liam is asking, what does Franken PHP being part of the PHP Foundation actually mean? Like funding for the project, will it become a default recommendation for running PHP? And that's something we wrote down here as well. Like, what does the future bring for that collaboration between Franken PHP and the foundation?
Okay, so first, it's a collaboration between Franken PHP, the foundation, and the CADI team that is very involved in this project too. So it's a third-party collaboration. And the main idea is to be sure that the project will be maintained and in sync with the PHP engine. So for now, the main changes is that people from the PHP Foundation have access to the Git repository, and if I die, they can take back take the project and maintain it. Actually, there are other maintainers of Franken PHP, and they were granted.
This is actually a real thing. Like, companies actually look for this kind of thing. Like, what happens if the maintainer is not interested anymore on the project? And the fact that Franken PHP is now behind this PHP Foundation namespace, it just helps companies making a decision of switching to Franken PHP.
Access to the new repository too. So that's the first main change. The second one is that now the core PHP developers are also able to directly dive into the issues and the code base of Franken PHP. And often when we have some complex bugs in Franken PHP, we figure out that it's related to issues in the PHP engine itself. So now it's easier to fix the things directly in the PHP engine because the collaboration is better. And at some point, indeed, there will likely be funding to work specifically on Franken PHP itself. Regarding the official status and how to promote that on the website, it's topics that are being discussed, but no decision has been made so far.
Is that something you'd like to see, like Franken PHP as the default way, advertise how to install PHP and get started?
If you ask me, yes, I would be very proud of that, but I'm not the one that can make this decision.
Yeah, I think I mean, you're doing a good job already, like familiarizing people with it. I think that's a big step toward it, is just people trying it out, working with it, and seeing that it works the way it's supposed to. Thank you.
One more very important question: will there be a Franken PHP elephant? Simply yes or no to suffice.
What happened?
Like so.
Can you find them? Are they there? We have slides for him.
Oh.
No, but Nicolas, thanks for coming here as well. Before diving into your slides, how are you?
I'm great.
Yeah.
Really great. Happy to be here.
Yeah, you just had a conference last week.
Yeah.
So if you don't know this dude, this is the core maintainer of Symfony, one of the main faces behind the Symfony project these days. It's called Nicolas Grekas, okay?
Absolutely.
You're
Symfony
just
Online.
Going from one to another.
Yes.
Are you feeling tired or
No,
still?
not at all. I'm very stimulated by every conference. So I've been doing like 15 conferences this year. It's the last one of the 24-25 season. And
Right, yeah.
I'm really great.
Wow.
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
Nicolas, you're you do a lot, man. I've written down here, you're a PHP core contributor, you're a foundation board member as well. You're one of the OG core developers for Symfony. Can I say that? And oh yeah, Symfony just celebrated their 20th birthday.
Yes.
20th.
It's also
Right.
pretty cool. And I actually think you will be talking a little bit about that
Yeah, exactly.
today.
It's a bit mind-blowing sometimes to think that Symfony's been around for a majority of the time that PHP has been around.
Right.
Yeah, that's amazing. True.
But yeah, look forward to hearing more about this.
No, exactly. So, Nicolas, I would say the stage is yours. I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say about Symfony and PHP. For the folks watching on YouTube, one time more reminder: go into the Discord server. There is a thread for the Q&A for Nicolas as well.
Also, if you're using Symfony, maybe let us know with, I think we don't have a pony emoji for the Symfony, but maybe use
Look at this one. This is nice. Like everyone is doing elephants, right? We're also doing elephants, but a little differently. But Symfony made not an elephant, but a symphony. You get it? Like a pony.
I don't actually have any elephant. Oh well, actually, wait. JetBrains sent me this. Okay. JetBrains actually sent me this, so I do need to do this today. It's a Lego. It's an elephant Lego, basically.
Like
Fantastic.
amazing. And actually, my daughter is 2 years old, and she loves this so much. But she thinks it's a zebra, and
Some think it's a cow,
a cow. But okay.
but it's a symphony.
It's a symphony, right?
But nonetheless, because we don't have an emoji for that, maybe just leave a zebra emoji if you're using Symfony. Just let us hear us from you.
Leave a zebra in chat while we're listening to Nicolas Gregas about Symfony.
Yeah, Symfony. Thank you. So 20 years of Symfony, because it's a special year, 30 years of PHP, 20 of Symfony. So let's celebrate. So past, present, future, that's what I want to present. So as you know, I guess already, Symfony is two things. It's both a set of building blocks like the components and a framework. And so when we talk about Symfony, we can talk about both. So I'm going to talk about both. I focus mostly on the framework, but we have true core values that make us work on components first and then build the framework on top. So the history is like 20 years already. So it started at Sensio, which is now Sensio Labs. And or you might know, it powers the major platforms of the PHP ecosystem. So Drupal, Laravel, and many more who are using the components and making their own source of the Symfony components. So Symfony is designed to be modern, fast, and developer first. We are all working really, really hard to achieve this promise. So I hope we kind of achieve this limit. We're working hard on that. So Symfony, one true low-level and really core principle is not exactly the code; it's the set of processes, and that's something that's really, really important. And it gives, I think, part of the leverage of why Symfony has so big impact. So the release calendar is like the bar here in the middle of the screen is like where we are now. And so we are maintaining a few versions at the same time, the long-term supported versions like 5.4, 6.4, which you should, move away from, but they are still maintained. And we are on the other side, in the close future, we are about to release 8.0, so the next major.
Symfony 5.4 components are still under maintenance. This is actually crazy. Jesus Christ.
And 7.4, and we release 7.3. So every 6 months we do a new feature release. So we call that a minor release using semantic versioning vocabulary. And every month we do a bug fix release. And thanks to this policy, which we call the backward compatibility promise, it means you can upgrade safely without us breaking us. I mean, new releases breaking your applications, which is really enjoyable.
For real, Adrian.
And that's not enough. Like, Symfony 1, Symfony 2, for those of you who were there when Symfony 1 was a thing, it was like a new project. Symfony 2 is a big bang. You had to rewrite everything. And that's not the case anymore. Of course, in Symfony 2, we learned how to move the community forward and allow people to get a smooth upgrade. And so we started, I remember that because I was working hard on that, technically to provide the deprecation policy. And so now I think it works quite well. And I also think this spread in the community, like, PHP is also doing deprecation and then major upgrades. Drupal is also aligning on these principles. And so many projects in the PHP world adopted those way of doing, major upgrades. So a major upgrade is just about removing the legacy code, and so doing a fresh cleanup so that we're ready to ship new features for the next 2 years. So on your side, you just need to fix deprecations, and then you're good to go. Mostly free, of course, after fixing deprecations.
Just by the way, in your daily job, what do you guys use? Do you guys use Symfony or Laravel? Right on the chat. I'm just curious about that.
We have a really strong focus on the developer experience. So here I'm going to talk a bit more about the framework itself, like the bundled experience of the components together around the framework bundle, and so the Symfony developer experience. It all starts with what is called Symfony Flex, which is this composer plugin that enhances the process of installing new packages. So when you install a package, Flex is going to ship it to add default configurations to the application so that then installing is really plug and play. You add a new dependency and then the dependency just works in the application using default settings. And then, of course, it's yours to configure and to tweak and to hack and to upgrade and to maintain, basically. But yeah, Flex makes a really plug and play experience. And that has been introduced in Symfony 4. And I think that was a big change in the way people develop Symfony applications. So you start with Composer Create Project or Symfony New, which is a wrapper on this command. And then you might want also to leverage the Maker Bundle, which is another piece of helper, because this is going to help you scaffold like quick CRUD applications. You can very easily generate, let's say, a controller, a tweak extension, a login form. So this is going one step further than Flex, because then you can generate the code to start something really quickly. So that's a nice initiative. That's Ryan Weaver who worked on this Maker Bundle, and I use it every day when I need to bootstrap something really quickly. And then as soon as you have your own code, you can also start to ship more advanced features. And there is API platform. Kevin was there just before, and you know that he's been working on that a lot in the recent years. So API platform is like the wow platform. I think it's all languages, all technologies included.
I have never used the API platform. I have literally no idea what it is.
It's one of the best way to generate APIs, because of the hypermedia work they've been doing, like JSON LD, Hydra, Swagger, OpenAPI. So there are so many standards that they know about, and they are the best in class, I think, on the topic. So that's really great, and they work on the experience also, as you know. So it's just one attribute away to get some entity, exposed on as an API endpoint. So if you're on the other side of the type of application, when I mean instead of generating JSONs, maybe you'd prefer generating HTML with CSS and JavaScript embedded. Then we also have a solution for that, which is wrapped into something we call the Symfony UX initiative. You can have a look at ux.symfony.com. It's one of the only visual part of Symfony, because Symfony is like code, and like I would say, draw me a symphony, I would maybe draw you a symphony.
I may be very confused, but I think this turbo thing is like the live wire of Laravel. I think. No, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's it. Either turbo or stimulus. I can't remember anymore.
But for the UX stuff, there is something to show. So we can show a map, we can show icons, we can show live updates, typed scripts, etc. So that's really awesome. There is a team of core team members which really love doing front-end stuff, which is not exactly my case. And they do an incredible job. One of the most wow thing in Symfony UX is that using Asset Mapper, the import map feature of browsers, you don't need to have NPM or even Node.js on your development machine, and that changes everything for me. Like before that, I hated having to, run into NPM stuff issues, and was like, I'm so happy now. It just works. So then, in your code, because, it's cool to have third-party generic bundles, generic components, etc. But then at some point, you are going to need to be able to wire your own stuff and to code it. And if you work in the Symfony framework side, then you know that you can use auto-wiring, auto-configuration. This is all about automatically discovering and, turning your classes on so that you can very easily consume some service from Symfony and expose your own classes as a command, for example, or as anything you want to do, like a message handler, something like that. So basically, you start coding PHP, maybe adding a few attributes. So this is one example here where the example is, of course, fake, but you could have a channel broadcaster in your application, and then just using this attribute, auto-wire iterator, you're telling Symfony, hey, please give me all the implementations of this channel interface in the application and provide it to me as an iterable. And that's it. So there is a lot of code going on and logic going on behind this simple declaration. And Symfony makes it just a joy to declare and to express and then to consume. So auto wiring, auto configuration, it's like a symphony. I had to do it. Of course, we worked and we do work and provide a lot of dev tools, and I think that's a big reason also to send a wow to Symfony. So about DD and the dump functions. I think that's one of the first contributions I made to the Symfony ecosystem when I entered the group or the repository a few years ago, more than 10 years ago. And I think everybody uses that daily, I can say. So I'm very proud of that, but I'm super happy also to have such a powerful tool to debug. I'm not into Xdebug much. Sorry, Derek. But that's fine.
A lot of people think that DD actually came from Symfony, but DD was a thing on Laravel before being a thing on Symfony. So basically, DD was super popular on the Laravel ecosystem. Nicolas Grakas saw that, ported to Symfony, and now Laravel uses the one from Symfony, which is kind of an interesting story.
Everyone their style. So Error Pages, the web debug toolbar, bin console helpers to introspect the application, discover the roads, what is available for auto wiring, etc. And the last tool is like the Symfony CLI, which is a standalone Go binary that is going to help us bootstrap a web server without having to configure Apache or Nginx virtual hosts. And it makes it very easy to start a project and turn it off and go to the next project and turn it on and etc. without friction. So those screens, right? The profiler, a dump excerpt, and so then you can navigate and understand the state of your application. Then, of course, when you have this application that is built, you want to deploy it. And so we also worked hard on making Symfony. Kevin used cloud native. I think that fits, like using environment variables, having a way to deal with secrets. It's ready for the worker mode of Franken PHP or Broadrunner or Spool. But the container can be reused in a loop without any issue now. It's compiled, which means it's really, really fast because all those auto-wiring stuff, they are just compiled into a plain PHP at some point so that nothing happens at runtime about that. And then I'm mentioning Symfony Cloud, but there are, of course, way more ways to host a Symfony application. The point is that this should be easy always. A short focus on standalone components. I made a very, very short list because we have like very few minutes together. So sorry, I guess some of you will love another component I'm not mentioning. So anyway, thank you for your patience about that. So my first is like Messenger. I think the Messenger component changed the way we use Symfony. Like it was used to be too complex or impossible to offload background jobs. And so thanks to Messenger, we now have a very clean architecture and process to dispatch messages and then run workers in the background to I don't know, resize images, send emails, anything you want to do in the background. So that's really, really nice with the many integrations to various message queues and transports. Yeah, that's quite a big milestone in terms of achievement for Symfony when we published Messenger. I'm adding the HTTP client because we all consume third-party APIs every day in all applications.
Yeah, so the messenger component would be the Laravel queues stuff, right? Or kind of similar to Laravel queues. Probably more like configuration-wise, but I assume it's Laravel queues, basically.
We'd have connections to, I don't know, yeah, you know. So what is nice about the HTTP client is that it's very, very easy to use for normal, common, basic needs like synchronous round trips. But it's also able to scale with way more complex and advanced needs like async, streaming. It supports retries, caching. It has observability built in. It even has server-sent event support, so you can consume from the Symfony application a real live stream of server-sent events. And this is now becoming mainstream because OpenAI is using this protocol to stream from ChatGPT. Mm-hmm. It's fail-safe, so if you don't write the code to handle the 404 and the 500 responses, you will get an exception. It's secure because TLS is tweaked to the maximum level, which is not the case by default in PHP. So by default, PHP is not super secure in that regard. So something we could improve maybe with the foundation. And last but not least, it is interoperable, which means it's able to look like a few set of common interfaces. There is a Symfony interface, there is a PSR 18 interface, there is an HTTP plug interface. So basically, any SDK can consume the client in one way or another. Wow, also to the community for providing so many integrations.
By the way, Chad, we have more than 100 people watching on YouTube, but only 70 likes. So if you're watching from the YouTube, just go all the way down and click on the subscribe button, but also on the like button to really support my work. Thank you, thank you.
So the mailer component, the notifier component, the messenger, I mentioned that, the translation component, they all have bridges. And there are bridges for so many providers. It's really, really great to be able to connect any of those components to any of those providers. It also saves those providers from shipping an SDK. And when I look at standalone SDKs, I'm not super happy with the quality quite often. And this fits into some very clean and clear design. So everybody has to fit the design, and then it makes a consistent experience for everybody. So that's quite amazing that to see that there are new integrations with every new versions of Symfony. I'm amazed by this list growing and growing. 7.3 is the version that has been released like at the end of May, so 2 weeks ago. It provides 3 new components. I choose to highlight here the JSON streamer component. So JSON streamer, as the name hints, it's about consuming JSONs and generating JSONs, but in a streaming way, which is very unlike what we do with JSON encode and JSON decode. Here, the component is going to help us generate code, PHP code, and this PHP code will be able to stream an object into a JSON almost byte by byte. So yeah, it's of course for performance critical needs, like if you have an API that generates a bunch and big chunk of JSON tables, I don't know, that's what you would use this component for. So it's not exactly replacing the serializer component. It's less flexible, but it is way more capable in terms of performance and scalability. The next component is Object Mapper. So it's a very simple one. It's able to take the data properties from one object and move this data, this state, to another object of another class. So it's very common to use, data transfer objects, DTOs, in applications because you might have one representation of your incoming JSON as a PHP resource class, and then you want to map that to an entity class or to some class that represents, let's say, a form.
That's interesting. If I were to map one class to another, I would probably just have a static method on it. For example, I would just have class A and then 2B as a static or, as a regular function that would map these attributes to the attributes that are on B. But, I do understand that is probably a reason why he made this through attributes.
And so basically, this object map or component makes it super easy to move data from one layer to the other layer in the application using attributes, because then it's super expressive. About attributes, we are also using them more and more. So it took us years. It takes us years to discover all the use cases for attributes. It's quite amazing, the range of capabilities they provide us. So here,
this is interesting. Like if we were to do something on Laravel, like us blade directive, and you could just basically have the blade directive name. This is actually very cool.
We have a class which is what I call my twig extension, and this class provides this calculate area implementation. And this attribute as twig function tells, hey, please expose this method as a function in Twig, the templating language. And that's it. You only need to write that now to do the wiring, and Symfony will do the wiring for you. So it means less coupling to Twig itself, because we had to extend some abstract extension. That's not the case anymore. And so it makes things just more fresh, like you can breathe more easily, less code to read. In a similar fashion, we also did the same for commands. So here you can see we have a class which doesn't extend anything. It's using the as command attribute on the class to give it a name. And then on the invoke method, you can see that there are two attributes, one argument, one option. And this will be turned into like command line options and arguments. So you can say bin console app create user, the name of the user, -- activate. And this is declared here. So again, more expressivity in the code. So there are way more components. The serializer, I mentioned it, the event dispatcher, test tools, the translation component, voter.
Just by the way, huge props to Symfony for actually, making every single time these little things as a component. So then all the ecosystem can leverage these features just by requiring those components individually.
First, for authentication, the workflow component is a nice one. Symfony also has like boring stuff about internationalization, polyfills. It's super boring, but it's really, really great that they are here. We can leverage them, and we do actually. I think the polyfill MB string package is the most downloaded package on Composer packages.
Really?
Okay, that's great. I mean, it fits a need, and way more, of course. Of course, Symfony is PHP, and so I just want to have one slide at least on wow to PHP, because PHP improved a lot recently, but since 30 years, it improves a lot at every new version. So for performance, for attributes, type safety, which is an ongoing topic, lazy objects, which is something that unlocks a way in very interesting use cases in, let's say, Doctrine, for example. Mm-hmm. The list is huge. So I just made this short list. And we're also to PHP4 and JetBrains and for bringing the PHP Foundation together. So Symfony is a proud, let's say, founding member. And I think the foundation and the interaction with PHP internals, the mailing list, is making PHP an even more community-driven project. And that's quite amazing to see, actually, how everything sticks together to build something for the better. Symfony wouldn't be anything without the documentation, so wow to the documentation. There are contributions every day to document the new features we add version after versions. There is Symfony Cast for online tutorials, so it's really a living knowledge base.
Who is next?
And my last wow is to the community. So the community of contributors. There are over 4,000 unique contributors in those 20 years. And we count about 500 unique contributors every year. That's a
insane.
lot. That's
Yep.
more than one per day. And that's a lot of new people. So it means the project is very active.
Chat, I'm a little bit behind, so I'm gonna jump straight to the end, I think. So he talks about like the sponsors and how to join the Symfony Slack. I'm gonna jump into the discussion immediately, if you guys don't mind.
It's really cool to kind of see the broad overview of that.
Let's
people are
clap.
clapping
By the
here.
way, Chat,
That's-
let's
that's
clap
fine.
for Nicholas Gracchus for this amazing talk. By the way, I really appreciate everything he does for the Symfony community, but also, for the PHP in general. Symfony is a very important part of the PHP ecosystem, in not only Laravel, but probably like things like Pint, Pest. All the things we love, they wouldn't be possible without Symfony. So they are possible because we have people like the Symfony guys behind the scenes cracking some of these very complex topics as individual components that we can just basically use them afterwards. Okay, so clap for the Symfony team, but also for Nicola Gracchus.
In Symfony, it's quite organic. So in the short term, I'm thinking about, let's say, the configuration is something that people are talking about since many years, like YAML, XML, PHP. Where are we going in this direction, on this topic? I don't know exactly, but we know there is a discussion and there's something that should be done, continued. I know that also providing a good first developer experience is critical to the project. We have also true values like solid principles in general. And those are kind of sometimes on the other end of the spectrum of, the developer experience. There's a competition between, clean design, which means education, which means barrier entry, versus the entry first comer experience. So we still want people to start with Symfony, even they just hack something. So that's a major background job in this process. There are also outside forces, I would say. Like Laravel is one. Laravel is challenging Symfony a lot. So we are learning from that, being pushed in a direction that we couldn't take as Symfony, but this is still pushing us in a direction, like I mentioned, developer experience, but there are way more stuff that Laravel brings. I don't know, I could mention also AI, which is, a big discussion ongoing everywhere. And of course, at Symfony, we're wondering how this is going to affect us. I don't have any clue, but talking about that every day is will maybe lead to something.
That's a fascinating topic, and we'll talk a bit more about that later with the following speakers. But I think for the moment, just like back to Symfony, and I think that's something that came up on the chat as well. It's just, kudos on like figuring out a way to have 7 major releases across 20 years.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Without losing a lot of people along the way.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Actually, the BC process, figuring out this upgrade path, like making that work. I think that's had a positive impact. And I'm just I think that made it possible maybe for
Indeed,
Symfony to
Adrian.
also become part of the infrastructure of PHP.
Absolutely,
Right?
yeah. I think Drupal adopted Symfony because of the processes a lot. Yeah.
Oh.
And
Is that kind of how you see some of Symfony these days more, as in like it's really like a separate, like there's like this infrastructure level that's really just providing the basis for other things to be built on top of, and not just straight up an app with the framework?
both ways. I mean, we don't want Symfony to become a commodity.
Right.
So we still want to be on the edge of, the state of the art or the innovation, etc. That's the only way to continue to keep the momentum in the community. And so, we do not want to become a commodity. So we still need to thrive in terms of ideas and inspiring people.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I had one more question about Symfony UX specifically. Does the core team see Symfony UX as like the future for front ends in Symfony? What's your vision there?
Good question.
Front end is very diverse. And so Symfony UX is one, I would say, opinionated way to build a UX, a front end with Symfony. And we want to push it because it's building on core, like I mentioned, core technologies like import map, asset mapper. And we believe those are really, really great. And the industry as a whole did not invest enough energy into allowing the community, the web community, to build those kind of apps without entering the Node.js or bundler ecosystem, which is a giant hydra, right? Which doesn't mean we are ignoring that there are people that build front end that need Webpack, that need React, etc. But we want to provide a solution for people that don't have the need for React.
Right.
That's the spirit of the Symfony UX.
Yesterday, I was talking with Jeffrey regarding like should you choose something like React or Vue, or when should you choose something like Symfony UX or Livewire. And it's kind of funny. I think like if you are coming from a background where you are learning Laravel, you are learning MySQL at the same time, it's probably already overwhelming a little bit. So maybe go with this easy approaches like Livewire or Symfony UX. But, you know, if you have already high knowledge of Laravel, MySQL, and everything, maybe leverage that opportunity to learn a little bit of React as well. Just be mindful that learning React through inertia, for example, it's a beast by itself. It's honestly a full thing. You know, you will have to learn a lot if you jump into a little bit into the Node.js ecosystem.
And I know that, you know, it's just server-side generated strings in the end. So nothing prevents and will ever prevent using...
And meanwhile, write in the chat what framework do you use for the front end? Do you use Symfony UX, you use Livewire, you use React, you use Vue? Let me know in the chat, what are you using today?
JavaScript front-end stuff with Symfony, because that's two separate worlds.
It's just generating, you know, strings on the server. That's basically all we're doing.
I think that's been 30 years of generating strings on the server.
That's a great quote to end here. Nicolas, thank you so much for coming here and like updating us on the state of Symfony. And there are quite a lot more questions in the Discord waiting for you. So you know what to do.
Okay, I'm going to join the Discord server and answer there.
Awesome. And then, well, we will move on to our next speaker, actually. And
Marcel Posiot.
Nicolas kind of did the intro for us there, didn't he? Like
with the AI stuff, right? Yeah, because we are there goes Nicolas in front of the camera. That's totally fine. Thank you. The next talk is
part of that conversation that it's clear to PHP developers what are the tools that we're supposed to use in our ecosystem to replicate to some of the results I've seen elsewhere, and to then build on those and explore further and, you know, actually improve and advance in that AI space using PHP.
Just by the way, every time you learn a technology, like, you know, you as a junior developer, you might be afraid of learning something like React instead of Livewire, for example. The reality is that if you learn React, you are in fact learning all of the JavaScript frameworks because they look the same. If you learn Livewire, you're probably, you're probably learning Laravel in the process. So every time you learn a technology, you are kind of learning the technologies around it, you know? So it's not like, it's never losing time, basically, okay?
So really
the same with Laravel and Symfony, really. If you learn Laravel, you are kind of learning Symfony. If you are learning Symfony, you are learning Laravel in the same way, okay? They are literally kind of similar. They change a little bit, but it's kind of the same stuff behind the scenes.
Hey, welcome to my talk about MCP servers with PHP, what they are, how we can use them, how we can build them. My name is Marcel Poziot. I'm the CTO at Beyond Code, where we create software tools for PHP developers, people like ourselves, people like you. If you want to follow me on social media, feel free to do that on all kinds of socials using that.
What's happening with Marcel voice today? Is Marcel voice only weird for me, or is really something happening?
Handle. And at Beyond Code, we create tools such as
I think he is probably sick a little bit.
Code either in your own local projects, in like a dummy Laravel project, or you can even connect to remote projects via SSH or using Docker and Kubernetes. Then we have built Expose, which is an open source tunneling solution. So it's kind of like Ngrok. So it allows you to share your local URLs via a remote site. Then it gives you a publicly accessible URL that you can then use to test webhooks and stuff like that. What's really cool about this is as I said, it's entirely open source and it's built entirely in PHP using React PHP, both the server and the client. So feel free to check that out on GitHub. There's a lot of cool stuff in the code there. And last but not least, we are maintaining and developing Laravel Herd, which is the easiest way to get started with PHP on your Mac.
Are you guys using Laravel Erd already? I'm using Laravel Erd literally all the time. I love this software. I just regret not starting with this software earlier, basically.
All right. So we're here to talk about MCP. Now, before we go and check out any code and look at how we can actually build servers, we first have to define what MCP means so that we then have a good understanding of, well, what are MCP servers in the first place? What do they do? What purpose do they have? So MCP stands for Model Context Protocol. So let's first go through each of these abbreviations so that we see what they actually mean. So M stands for model. This means that the MCP, like this protocol, can be used in combination with an AI model. It can be any kind of model, so it could be a video generation model, an image generation model, audio model, but it's most widely used as of right now with text generation models like large language models such as GPT-4o or the Claude ones, or, well, any kind of LLM. That's where they are most useful. The C is pretty much the most important part. It's for context. So LLMs and the prompts that we give to them require context. And depending on the tasks that we ask an LLM, they're simply not capable of doing them on their own. So if we have a prompt that looks like this: check out my WordPress backend and ensure that all posts from my Excel sheet are online. Now, if we only provide this to an LLM, it will not be able to come up with what we want it to do, because it would need to connect to a WordPress backend. It would need to somehow read an Excel sheet, then compare the results, and then get back with the results for us. And that's kind of where MCP servers come into play. So if we have a prompt like this, we pass it to the large language model. It would need to access the WordPress backend and the Excel sheet. And the MCP servers provide context to the AI model. So they kind of sit in between the LLM and the actual implementation, like the actual Excel sheet or WordPress backend or whatever. And they, well, basically act as something that gives more context to the large language model. There are a couple of available context types that are defined in the MCP specification. The most important one being tools and resources. And depending on which MCP client you use, so this would be, for example, the PHP Storm IDE or Claude Desktop, not all of these context types are being available at the same or even in the first place. So as the standard is pretty new, this changes over time. So first one would be tools, which basically allows the developer implementing the MCP server to provide any kind of tool. So you can just basically build the implementation that should be called as this context type. So this can be an API call, fetching something from the file system, things like that. Then we have
Dude, I'm going to just pause to read a comment from my Twitch channel. So Sinky is saying the following: until my mom can use AI to deploy a secure website, I will remain skeptic.
Sources, which, well, are just that. They are just static resources. So for example, our Excel sheet would be a resource that we can then add to our prompts or to our responses and requests in the MCP clients. Then we have prompts and sampling. Those are not really used as of right now, but they are defined in the MCP protocol. We are going to focus on tools and resources for now. And this is basically the flow, how it looks like if you interact with an MCP client. So as I said, MCP client would be PHP Storm, for example, or Cursor, VS Code, Claude, Desktop, anything like that. And when you add a prompt in there, it's going to see which MCP servers are available, use the tools and resources that are available. These tools and resources themselves handle the logic on their own. So for example, they access a WordPress backend or read an Excel sheet from the file system. Then they get the information back, give it back to the MCP client, and then this will be passed to the LLM where the AI model can then...
Just by the way, does any of you have developed already an MCP server? I have done a small little thing, but not actually implemented anything at work. How about you? Write on the chat below.
Do with those results whatever they need to do to provide response to whatever was the query or the input. There are a couple of MCP clients out there. And if you're somehow a bit aware of the whole AI space, you might see that new ones pop up every now and then. So as I said, these are IDEs or like desktop tools. So anything that can interact with these MCP servers. And last but not least, we have the P, which stands for protocol. So this is basically just the definition of how the MCP server and the MCP client communicate with each other. In this case, it's an JSON RPC protocol. So this means that there's a defined protocol in JSON format in which...
So the MCP, for those who are not following, basically an MCP, you guys know, for example, everyone have applications these days, okay? So imagine that there is literally an application written in Laravel, which is an hotel booking system, okay? You can go there, you can book a day or two in the hotel. Now, typically to go to the hotel and book something, you need to go to the website, click on buttons, enter your credit card, and that's it, right? Now, imagine that instead of doing that, you would go to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT would interact using MCP with the hotel to do the booking for you, okay? So what the MCP server is, it's literally an implementation by the Laravel application that allows clients like ChatGPT to interact with that API directly. You know what I mean? So basically, you know, it's basically an API for ChatGPT clients. You know what I mean? So AI models can interact with your Laravel application that serves an MCP server. Okay. And we are going to see a lot of this. Like right now, we think a little bit about, are you going to have an API? This is a question that we have a lot, right? So your Laravel application might end up having regular APIs, but also may end up having an MCP server so it can be used by things like a ChatGPT. Let me know in the chat below if that was clear.
Which the client sends messages to the server and the server then sends messages back to the client. And there are a couple of transports available. Transport basically means that, well, these are ways that you can start your MCP server. So if you want to start a local MCP server, the default one would be the standard input, standard output transport. This means that when the MCP client, your IDE, sends information to the server, it's just going to write it into the standard input of a program. And then if your MCP server wants to send back information to the client, it's going to write it to the standard output. So, for example, like an echo call in PHP. And this works fine for...
That's actually a very good question. So Nerdjuice from YouTube is asking the following. When are we going to have an MCP server for Laravel Cloud? So that's actually a very good use case for an MCP server. So me, as a Laravel Cloud developer, I could implement an MCP server. So you guys, instead of going to the Laravel Cloud dashboard, you just ask ChatGPT, do you mind of deploying a server on Laravel Cloud for me? You know, and ChatGPT could go to Laravel Cloud as an MCP server and ask in prompt for that. I think, honestly, this is a very complicated thing to grasp and to understand, but I think all of us will know what is an MCP server, just like we know what is an API today, okay?
For local MCP servers, but there are also transports available that allow you to host MCP servers over the internet or over local network, which is really cool. So this one would be server-sent events. So then instead of calling just a single program on your computer, you would just access the MCP server via a URL. And then once the client connects, it's going to open one connection, and then via server-sent events, the messages get passed back and forth. And last but not least, there's WebSocket support as well. I haven't really seen WebSocket transport being used that much yet, but it's defined in the specification. So it's definitely possible, and it somehow reduces the load on the server compared to server-sent events. So might be useful if you want to build something that you want to make publicly available. All right, so now we know what MCP stands for, how clients and servers interact with each other. How can we actually use them? Again, this is all pretty new, so there's no real definition out there that all clients use in the same way. Right now, most of the configuration happens in JSON format. So if you want to add an MCP server to Cloud Desktop, for example, you would need to add it to this JSON object configuration. But I saw that in the latest update from VS Code, they also added the ability that VS Code plugins allow you to basically ship an MCP server, which is really interesting. Okay, so then you can basically define a command. In the example of the WordPress server, it would be npx. Then you provide arguments, and then you can provide environment variables to further configure the MCP server. All right, now once that's added, you can see the MCP server and all of the registered and available tools, for example, here in Cloud Desktop. So we can get access to the get post method, we can add posts and things like that. And well, just to show you basically an example, here I have added this to Cursor, to Cloud Desktop, write and publish a blog post to my local WordPress installation.
Oh, wow.
So it found the add post tool. Then I have to basically approve the tool usage. We can see the parameters that are passed to this tool. And now the MCP server automatically published and posted a blog post for us about PHP's 30th birthday. And well, there it is. So this was all just by connecting the WordPress MCP server with Cloud Desktop, and then just this one-shot prompt, which I think is pretty cool. And like that, you can just add more functionality into tools like Cloud Desktop or other IDEs. All right, so much about the theory of MCP servers, but we're celebrating PHP's 30th birthday, so let's see how we can actually build an MCP server on our own. So there are a couple packages out there that that do this for us. I'm using the PHP MCP server package because I think this one solves it really nicely. So you just compose or require this in your application. So for example, let's say that you want to add some MCP server functionality to your own application. So you want to expose more functionality, more tools to MCP clients. So you just require that package. And then I just added a class. Right now it's called fetch downloads. And what it does, or the idea here, is basically it retrieves the number of heard downloads and then gives it back. So I could ask the MCP client how many downloads heard has. So this is just a class and a public function count. And as you can see, this count function makes use of the MCP tool attribute. And within this attribute, we provide a name called fetch downloads. So this is just the, well, kind of internal name of the tool, the one that the MCP client sees. And now what's really cool about the PHP MCP server package is that the information in the doc block is also being parsed and made available to the MCP client. So here the MCP client would see there is a tool called fetch downloads. The description of the tool would be retrieve the number of heard downloads, and it knows that this tool returns an integer.
I haven't used this package, PHP MPC. Can any of you just confirm that this is actually a real package, or it's just fake code? Because if it is, it's actually a pretty cool API to use.
With the number of downloads. And then inside of the method, we can just do our own implementation, our own logic on how we want to return and handle our tool. Okay, so like that, you just define tools. It's just public methods on classes. And then to actually start the MCP server, as I said, the standard in, standard out transport is basically just a program that reads from standard in, writes to standard out. So you can just copy paste basically this file from the MCP server repository. What we do here is we create a new server instance, give it some server information. And then the MCP server package has something called discovery. So we can just give it a directory, and then the server is going to scan the directory for tools and resources. So everything that has the appropriate attributes attached to it will be made available. And then last but not least, we define the transport and then listen for standard input, standard output. And now whenever you run this single PHP file, your MCP server is running as well. So in order to use this within, for example, Claude Desktop, what we need to do is, similar to the WordPress example, we need to add it to this JSON file inside of the MCP server's object. We define the command, which would be PHP, and then as the argument.
I think we should have Marcel coming here on stream and literally talking about this stuff, you know, because I would love to implement these things. He maybe can walk me through this stuff.
And it would be the MCP server PHP file, the one that I just showed you earlier. All right, and that's it. And now when I ask something like, what's the download code count for Herd, Claude Desktop knows that there is a tool available, so it doesn't need to, I don't know, search the internet or something like that. So I get this prompt that Claude would like to use an external integration. You have to approve it, which is a good thing. If it would just happen automatically, that's not really that good. So you have to approve it, and then we get the result from whatever the tool returns. What's really nice as well is that you can also provide parameters into your methods. So let's say that we don't just want to return the counts, but we want to return the counts for a given platform, like Windows, Linux, or Mac. So by just adding this add param doc block, we just basically notify the MCP client that this tool accepts a parameter, which is a string, and then the description of it will also be passed to the LLM so that the MCP client knows what to pass to it. And well, then we just use the argument as we normally do in PHP. Now, if we perform the request again in Claude Desktop, and I say something like, what's the download code of count of Herd on macOS, if I click on the approval screen on the tool, I can see what kind of parameters the MCP client would actually send over to my MCP server, which makes it easier to debug to find out which parameters are actually being sent. So in this case, the platform would be set to macOS. All right, so this is how you define tools. Now, what about resources? So as I said, for example, like an Excel file or something like that. Resources kind of work the same way. So you just add the MCP resource attributes to a public function, and resources need a URI and a MIME type. So your URI is basically the identifier of this single resource. It needs to be in this URI format. So this could be file, it could be, I don't know, content, database, anything. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not a big fan of attributes, but I have to say that here actually it makes a lot of sense. I actually love to see that this latest build method is being used by my MCP server as a resource. I actually think this is actually very good usage of attributes in PHP. What do you guys think? Case, we just have the latest YAML file, which has a MIME type that we define as well, which just, again, aims to add more context to the MCP client so that it knows what kind of content it gets back and what to do with it. And then inside of our method, we just return the content of that single file. And, well, as I said, the different MCP clients handle this differently. So in Cloud Desktop, for example, it does not auto-magically discover which resource it needs for a specific task. So you have to explicitly add it. So here we can see that we have the PHP MCP server and the WordPress MCP server available. I can click on add from PHP MCP, and then I get all of the available resources, and then can just click on them to add them manually. But again, this is probably going to change so that sooner or later, these MCP clients will just detect which resource can be used or should be used for the given prompt. And just as another example, this one was using the WP settings from the WordPress MCP server. I can just ask, what are my WordPress site settings? It reads us this resource and then gives me information about whatever is stored in this resource. And well, that's how you would then build your own MCP server. So it allows you to register custom tools. It allows you to register custom resources, and then you just add it to your MCP client, and then you can start using it. And this is really powerful because it allows you to, well, add context to your MCP client that otherwise would not be available in the first place. So you can use this to access stuff from your own backend. So if you're using Laravel, you could use like a filament backend MCP server to read data from the backend or perform certain actions that are usually just available for the administrator if they click around in the UI. And yeah, this is all that I have. I hope this gave you a good understanding and introduction of the MCP server, the protocol itself. If you want to check out the MCP package that I used, you can find more on that on the GitHub repository for PHP.
I want to see everyone clapping for Marcel on the chat. Great talk, by the way. Great talk. I'm going to be using myself this stuff. Okay.
MCP and
to accessing some kind of software system.
Well, I think it will eventually lead to something like that, where every kind of API will lead to an MCP server. I'm not really sure if that's going to replace an API. But so, for example, I saw Paddle using this in one of their demos, and it was kind of a marketing demo, but it was still pretty cool that they basically had an MCP server for their Paddle API, and then in the IDE, you could basically spin up the whole payment flow and let the MCP server create like products on the Paddle backend and change pricing and things like that. So I think it just streamlines the whole development if you can do a lot of things just in your IDE and let your IDE communicate with APIs for you. I think that's really cool. But I guess it also depends on what APIs there is. Yeah.
Yeah, I think on one side, the fact that a lot of things have APIs today, and then like having AI on the other side, and like it really seems exciting to be able to kind of finally connect them together, right? Like kind of seeing a way where you don't have to rebuild everything to kind of work with AI, but that maybe there's kind of like a middle ground where we can just connect these systems together, right? And that's kind of what MCP turns out to be.
It's really interesting.
Yeah, also for reporting. Like you don't have to manually dig through JSON array structures to figure out some reporting because the AI can just do that.
It's like it's a whole other way of interacting with code in a much more human friendly way, or at least that's what it felt to me. Like, for example, you gave that example with where you passed in the platform to the function, right? And someone in chat here asked as well, like, can I ask Cloud Desktop in the example which platforms are available based on the doc blocks, for example? But I think you mentioned that is in fact the case, that it reads like all the metadata as well.
Yeah, the MCP client gets information about the available tools, which is the description, the parameter description itself. So you could ask questions about the tool. Yeah.
But I think maybe leading back to PHP a bit more, like in your experience building some of these things, like how have you found the tooling so far? Like, has it been like, I mean, you showed us PHP, MCP, the GitHub work, and that seemed to be working fine. Like where was that a lot of effort involved and things kind of not as like well documented yet, or were they incomplete parts? Or are they things that, we need to focus on and make it easier for more people to start working with this?
I mean, as usual with any kind of open source project, documentation is something that people can just jump in and help improve. But I felt like the whole thing is so new that there are like a lot of competing packages out there. Like the other day, someone on X said that there should be like a PHP leak package to unify these things, which I think would be a great idea. So I think it still comes down to figuring out which package will win, so to say. And then
make it more of a coordinated effort is what you're saying?
Yeah, right. Yeah. And on the other hand, with all these different MCP clients, it's still like there are so many things that only Cloud Desktop supports, and only these, like this specific part of the protocol is only supported in Cursor. Like there are so many things and they change all the time that it's kind of hard to keep up with which part of it should we focus on.
But I think that's like an important thing to keep in mind with this. Like there's so many news stories right now about like this new thing, like this AI thing here, this AI thing there. This is all really early and new. And while yes, there are some people that are advancing that field, it's, like if they do something with some other programming language, that doesn't mean that somehow PHP is too late or something. Like it's early days. I think like if, enough people in the PHP space get together and work on this kind of tooling, like there's a very real probability of PHP being one of the choices that you work on these types of systems with. And I think especially on something like MCP servers that were specifically now with the remote capabilities made to interact with classic web applications and not just some other kinds of systems as initially.
Yep.
Yeah,
I think, if we want to add, like logic to MCP servers that lives in our PHP applications, we should write the servers in PHP itself.
I had one more question, Marcel, from Discord here, because this was on the back of my mind as well. Like, is there a risk in using MCP servers for company project repositories? Like, source code must be protected and make sure it will not be used by any other AIs, right? Are there any certainties here?
Well, it's kind of like you have to know which kind of servers you're using and kind of trust the author, I would say, because once you approve the tool, like this approval screen that you had, the tool can just do whatever it wants with whatever the LLM gives it. Like if there are some tools that require as a parameter private information, the LLM might just give it to you without you knowing it. So you would need to at least trust the author, check the MCP server code a bit and like click as long as the IDE allows that, click on the actual tool calls to see what actually is being sent to this third party, because even though it runs on your local device, it is a third party that kind of accesses your code.
I mean, in lots of ways, it's the same way as if you're installing some PHP package, right? You kind of want to make sure that before you execute that code, you at least trust the authors or whoever you got this from. And I think this is no different than that.
Right. Yeah.
Hey Marcel, there are a couple more questions in the chat. I don't know if you were able to follow the previous talks, but I'm inviting all speakers to go into Discord and read through their thread because we don't have the time to.
I think now Taylor Otwell is coming, by the way, Shat, the creator of Laravel. Okay. By the way, Shat, if you are enjoying the stream today, just put a like on the video below and also follow my YouTube channel if you can. Today, we are celebrating 30 years of PHP, and what we are about to see now is a Q&A with the creator of Laravel, which I think will be super fun. So if you are enjoying this moment with me, just put on a like on the video below if you can.
Yeah. It's challenging, right? It's a new
I think it's
way of
exciting
thinking.
mostly, and I look forward to seeing a lot more and kind of like the real use case that people come up with, like that this ends up being super useful for. Really, really looking forward to that.
All right, Marcel. With all of that being said, thanks for joining and get well soon. See you next time.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, we're going to continue to our next speaker of today, and that's another AI-related topic.
Yeah, I think we figured we kind of follow this up with like I guess like framing this a bit in a broader context. And yeah, like you go ahead and introduce her.
Yeah, Chuck, you can come over here. Your slides should be ready.
It's not Laravel yet, I think. Now it's another talk about AI. Apologize.
And this is Chuck, folks. She's one of my colleagues here at JetBrains. She's a developer advocate as well for AI. And well, actually not anymore for Python now, but you know.
Well, I mean, the message is we are all going to do AI,
right.
so
Exactly.
you can't escape that.
Yeah. Like same thing for Chuk as well. There's a thread on Discord where you can leave questions. It's a very interesting topic, and we asked you today to talk about AI in general, basically, because I feel like there are a lot of questions there as well, and we actually see that quite a lot of PHP developers are interested in the topic and are experimenting with it a lot. And so I think it's good to, hear your thoughts and insights.
Yeah, I'm already on the server, so I would definitely check out the thread, so don't worry.
Awesome. But I will remind you after the talk is done.
Yeah.
No worries. Let's see.
Right.
Chuk, the stage is yours. Take it away.
Okay, I'll just go ahead then. So, So hello, I'm Chuck, and let's talk about AI and how AI is going to impact us, right? So I know this is a very hot topic, and a lot of you are very interested to know more. So I hope I can give you some, idea or answer, or if you have any questions, again, please go to Discord and ask questions. So let's just jump into it if the computer would let me. Okay, I have to scroll. Okay, I don't know how to use this computer. Anyway, so Brett, I have a question for you. Can you name 5 technologies that you use every day?
Technologies as in like PHP or?
I mean, things is so mundane that it's not just like a coder would use. Maybe what your mom would use or your daughter would use. I don't know.
Like a phone, a laptop, stuff like that?
Yeah, a phone. So maybe checking your emails on your phone.
Oh, yeah, okay. Email, to-do app, calendar. I do write some code in PHP soon, for example. And
on your phone?
Oh, not on my phone. No.
Oh, I thought you can do that. That would be really cool. But anyway, so what you just mentioned, checking emails, your phone, those, I think nowadays is already have AI in it. So, for example, when I write an email, there's I got some suggestion how I can reply to this person. And sometimes, I just type hi and then the name of the person would show up. So those are something new. There's it's not there a couple of years ago. So those are actually powered by AI. And also our phone, every time I go to Apple, I try to get a new phone, they'll be selling now we have AI in our phone. And, wow. I mean, yeah. So you can't avoid that. A lot of the tools that we use these days have AI components. So AI is part of our life now. So even for example, I have a lot of, situation that because I like buying stuff online on Amazon and that kind of thing. And, sometimes I want to return the stuff because it's not what I actually wanted. But then, like, before I can talk to a real human, I have to, talk to the chatbot and other stuff. And, sometimes I don't even know whether the customer support agent, are they human agent or AI agent? I don't even know. So, yeah. And productivities, what we'll cover a little bit later in this talk, AI coding agents. So those are, productivity tools that we have is powered by AI. And healthcare, I have been to a conference with doctors in London, and they are AI conference for doctors. So AI will be part of healthcare very soon, I think. So, so for better or for worse, right? And then personal assistants, like I said before, your phone, replying emails, those already have AI in it. So yeah, it's in our life, it's there. So let's address the elephant in the room. Will AI take my job, right? This is the question a lot of us is asking. So I hope at the end of this talk, you would have a better idea, will AI take your job or will you take AI's job? I don't know. So let's see. So first of all, like if we talk about AI for developers, one of the things that you may encounter as developer in your company is that sometimes, someone high up will say, hey, AI is so cool. We have to have AI in our product, our application. So let's integrate some AI feature in it. So I guess that's why your email is now trying to reply the email for you because, someone may decide that, oh, let's add some AI in our email tool or whatever, right? So, so we have to, whether we like it or not, we may have to integrate AI into the application. Or, the second one, I mean, nowadays everybody talk about it, vibe coding. I don't know if you vibe code. I have to be honest, I do vibe code. So I would like to make this statement, right? So vibe coding is not a sin. Okay, hot take. But irresponsible coding is. So it's okay if you so-called vibe code or use AI coding assistant, but how to use it responsibly, I think that's the most important thing. Do you know how your AI assistant work and do you know what it does to your computer? Are there any security risk? Those are the questions you should be asking. I will talk a little bit more about that later, but yeah, we will ask the question, right? What are the AI assistant and coding agents, right? And how do they work? I think we need to understand that to feel comfortable to vibe code, at least for the responsible vibe coders. So let's look into it. So if you look online or Google or whatever, so if you ask or some people like asking ChatGPT these days, I don't know, I usually just Google. So I ask what are AI agents? So the answer that I found is AI agents are software programs. So these software programs are designed to interact with the environments. So, it will interact with you. So you are the environment, or maybe a database, or maybe, if you have heard about those terms like RAG or those those are the environment that will be there that can interact with the AI agent. And then also it will collect data sometimes, for example, if you need to fetch some information, the AI agent need to go and fetch those data. So collect data is part of the job. And also perform the task that, you given to the agent. So achieve predetermined goals. So that's another thing. Because if not, then AI agents just a game, just for fun, right? Like your screensaver or whatever. But you need to have a goal, you need to achieve it. And also it needs to be able to independent to choose the best action to reach the goal. So what make it different from just an application is that it could actually make some decisions on behalf of you. Okay, so this is a potential workflow. So first of all, the AI agent need to understand the task. It need to understand what it need to do, right? So you have to give the requirements, like what you want to do. And other than what you want the AI agents to do, you also need to provide the requirement, for example, right? Like use, I want to write a program to do this, but use PHP, right? don't use other things, like don't use C, don't use Java, use PHP. So like that that is the requirement, or use certain libraries that, you want, the agent to use to write the code for you. So that is the first step. And then, so you type it in, right? So, but what you type in is what we call natural language. So the next step is what makes AI, especially large language model these days, so powerful, is that a machine can understand natural language. So you don't have to type in like some numbers or some logic or code to communicate with the computer, to give order to a computer. You can just, like talking to a human being, you can use in language. Of course, like English is used by many people, but now there are LLMs that work with other languages as well. So as long as it's a natural language that is used by a human and is there's an LLM built for it, then it will work. So after that, of course, like I said, the agent needs to be able to make a plan, make a decision. So there will be a plan and, that have been made, and then you can put that into action. So that's, that's what makes it different. What makes a LLM different from an AI agent is that the AI agent will execute the plan, will put the plan into action. It's not just giving you an answer, because, for those of you who have used ChatGPT, if you talk to an LLM, it's a chatbot, right? Like you just chat with it. It will give you some text as an answer. But what if, it's some code that you have to run it, like, ChatGPT won't run your code. So, but the AI coding agent would. So, so that's the difference. And then that's something that like a pure LLM can't do, is that it doesn't know whether after your execution, the result is satisfactory or meh. So, so that's another thing, right? Like that an agent will be able to kind of close the loop. If something that is not really working, then maybe it will go back into the loop, provide a feedback, and then, adjust the task, adjust the plan, give another try until it works, maybe, or give up at the end if it never works. So, so let's specifically like talk about coding agents, because, if I'm just talking about workflow and all those, it's very fake, right? I use coding agent as an example a lot because I really like our coding agent, so I do study a little bit of like how AI coding agent work. And so first of all, if you build off what an AI coding agents, what's behind it, is that we need to set a scene for the LLM. Again, LLM is just a tool to understand natural language and give a response to it. So for AI coding agent would be able to take into action, to be able to, let's say, run your code or create a new file or make some adjustment in your project. You need to give the tool to the agent. So for example, the tool could be deleting a file, adding a file, or even just like list what file you have in your project. So those are the tools. So you have to tell the LLM, these are the tools that's available. These are the steps that, it's like playing a game, right? Chess game, what moves are allowed. So what tools are available, what you can do. So first of all, you have to tell the LLM. And then the next thing you have to tell the LLM is that what format you want your action plan to come back, right? So because again, LLM will give you plain text. So to put that action plan into really action, into code, we have to agree on a format. It could be JSON, it could be YAML, it could be TOML, but you have to agree JSON as, the format of the action plan. So after that, of course, we would take the task from the user or maybe from yourself if you are trying it out. So you are the user. So give the instructions or what tasks you want the coding agents to do. And then LLM should give you back an action plan. So again, the action plan is, let's say, in JSON format. Then your agent need to pass it and then put it into action. So for example, you can pass it like step 1, maybe list all the files in your project. Step 2, create a new file. Step 3, add some code in it. So those, we know the steps because it's a JSON file, and then we pass it. And then you can use the tool from the toolbox that you have created before. And then, there will be some code that can, read all the files or like create a file or, edit the file. So those are the code that is, that have been written before. So those are the tools. So you execute it, and then we document the result, right? Because if you run some code or if you run any command on the command line interface, you'll usually get, whether it's yay or good, it has been done, no issues, or exit with the, with the.
Just by the way, something I really like about Junie, I don't know which coding agent are you using these days? Write on the chat which coding agent you use. But something I really like about Junie is that despite the fact it takes a little bit of thinking, it takes a while, it's a little bit slow. Besides that, actually produces accurate results, especially with PHP. So that's something I'm really happy about Junie and PHP Storm, is that the plan and the execution is actually way better when using PHP when compared with something like Cursor or Windows Windsurf. Let me know what you think.
Code with 0, nothing happened, or you have some errors. So we would like to save the errors, and then and then later we can evaluate the result. We can provide it back for so there are different ways of evaluating the results. Maybe run some tests, you can. But another way that I've tried is to push it back to the LRM, say, hey, this is what happened after I run your plan. Are you happy with it? Or if it's something that doesn't work, how would you fix it, right? So, that's the last step that close the loop. Again, you can do it forever until everything's happy. You're happy with it, everybody's happy. Or sometimes you have to give up, right? Like, okay, good enough, stop. So otherwise, infinite loop may happen. So this is an example architecture. Again, heart is the LLM model. I always say that's the heart of an AI agent, an AI coding agent. So we need the prompt from the user. We need the information about the project. So code, documentation, config files, or whatever documentation file that is needed. Put it into the LLM. LLM digests it, give back an action plan for you, or sometimes just answering questions, because in our coding agent Junie you can have ask mode and just ask questions. But anyway, LLM will digest all this information and give you back something that either it could be put into action or it will answer your questions. And then if it's something that requires some action, then maybe something needs to be adjusted. The loop will be closed if needed. So, do we agree that AI coding agent is a game changer for the tech community? I can't really see you because I can only see lens, but maybe some of you are making a face that doesn't agree with me. So let's have a deeper look, because I will show you a survey in a bit, but in general, this is what the survey kind of say, from, all the people filling the survey. They said that, using AI coding agents can help them to understand new language, to lower the barrier for entry for a new language that they don't know. Also, it will increase work efficiency. Also, it will increase the code quality, will help them to avoid or solve problems in their code. And, what really good that I really love is that it could create more tests to better the test coverages and the documentation. So these things, we're too busy. We write a lot of code. We don't have time for the test and the documentation. Maybe AI can help you to do that, right? So, okay, this is the survey. So it's I found it on the GitHub blog. So it's done by GitHub. It's mainly focusing on 4 countries. There's US, Brazil, Germany, and India. So first question is that, do these people, probably developers, believe AI increased the quality of the code? USA is really, they really adopt the technology. They really love it. Very positive response. I think, Germany and Brazil are more skeptical, but still quite positive about it. Next, AI coding tool make it easy to adopt new programming languages. Again, maybe you perfect PHP, you're very good at using PHP, but what if, tomorrow you're involved in a project that need other languages, right? You may have to write some C code or whatever, then maybe to make it easier, because you're already a developer, right? You have all the skills, to understand code, but with AI helping you, then it may save you some time in like Googling or, finding, why it works that way. It's a little bit different from PHP, right? So like all these things, using AI coding tool can help you and to sometimes save you time of like diving into rabbit holes on, Stack Overflow or all this things online. Other things, like I said before, generate test, we are too busy writing code. Writing tests may not be something that we...
This is probably one of the biggest usages I have used AI for. Literally just fix my PHP stand types and writing tests for me, running quality tools for me. That's basically one of the biggest usages I have with AI these days.
Want to spend a lot of time on, so using AI to generate tests, it's like, having tests is better than having no tests.
That's for sure.
You could generate a lot of test cases. Again, you as a human being, you can always go in and, fine tune the test cases. But again, like with tests, it's better than with no tests, because with no tests, you don't know whether it works or not. With tests, at least, if something blow up, you can have a look. So yeah, most of the people that answer the survey say they use AI to generate tests. Yay, we are all happy. So this proved the point. If you can't beat them, join them. Do you think you can beat AI in coding? Maybe you can, but sometimes when we are chasing by the bear, right? You don't outrun the bear, you just outrun your friend who at the end get eaten by the bear and you will survive, right? So maybe just, be able to use AI efficiently, and you would, use AI as a very good tool in your toolbox. Maybe you will be a better developer and, you'll be standing out. You outrun all your peers. So let's go back to the point, right? Remember, AI agents are software programs. Highlight is, it's a software programs. It's a tool. You are still responsible for your work. We can't just hands off the wheel, right? I mean, self-driving car, but,
I honestly cannot remember the last time I went to Stack Overflow, Stack Overflow used to be my place to go when I had a question. Not anymore. Like the last time I went to Stack Overflow is probably 1 year ago. Yeah, I think it's literally dead because people just ask AI much faster, inaccurate.
Now, even if you have a self-driving car, you still have to put your hand on the wheel, because it's legally required. I have a friend who have a Tesla told me that. So, you still have your hands on the wheel and be responsible for your work. And that is very important, especially at this time that, AI is something new and it doesn't gain all the trust from everybody yet. As a user, you are responsible. And keep yourself educated. I always make this analogy of when, personal computer and internet come out. If you don't learn how to use a computer at your workplace, you would get pushed out of the workforce, right? Because the whole world is using computer. You can't say I don't like computer and I don't want to use it, right? Yeah. Now, I know we have different opinion about AI. We can have opinion about it, but it seems like we can't really avoid it. So maybe just educate yourself, be more smart, and, when someone talking about something about AI that is not true, you can point it out. Just be AI literate. That's very important. So that's why I have these 5 Bs when using AI. So these are the 5 things. I hope everybody pay attention and remember when they're using AI technology, especially something new. First of all, be careful of your personal data and read usage agreement. Nowadays, again, all these AI tools are powered by data, and that's why data is actually gold mine. Everybody have personal data. Everybody actually have a gold mine. Please protect your gold mine and don't let companies who very sneakily give you those fine print usage and at the end they mine all your goals, your personal data. So be aware of that. At this day and age, the next thing to be careful is to be critical of what...
I honestly don't know why didn't Stack Overflow adjust to the era of AI, because they could have effectively developed a AI interface to interact with all that data they have. Probably was already too late because those LLMs literally scrapped the entire Stack Overflow index, but they could have adapted a little bit, to be fair.
AI is telling you, because again, like AI is just a tool. A tool can break down. It can, make mistake. It can still, a lift can, a lift works most of the time, but the lift at where I lived, it sometimes break down and trap me inside. So, so AI is also like that, right? Like it can break down and, give you a wrong answer. So if you see something fishy, do be careful and, investigate. Next is more related to when people use, AI to generate some creative media. Be respectful. Sometimes, it's fun to make some meme.
For example, people think that Twitter now requires a login to visualize a public profile because that was some sort of something to be annoying, but it wasn't that. Basically, Twitter did that so AIs could not scrap literally Twitter content, Elon Musk literally made all the profiles on Twitter private by default, or require a login because they don't want AIs to literally scrap all of the Twitter profiles. That was one of the biggest reasons. So they were protecting their their data or their value under a login credentials. And I think Stack Overflow didn't do that, and obviously now it's just too late. They probably will losing their business.
Copying whatever like the artist style, but be respectful of the original author. Maybe like either give them credit, or if don't use it at commercial work, or just be careful of like what copyright that you are dealing with. Another thing very important, especially for students, be honest about using AI. If your teacher tell you don't use AI for this homework, don't use it. But if you're allowed to use AI, then make it clear that you use AI and what you use AI for, right? For example, I use AI to spell check to correct my English because it's not my native language. And maybe the teacher will think it's okay, and and you have to be honest about it, because otherwise, your teacher may think that, oh, why you suddenly speak or write that way? Anything else at work, again, be honest. Nowadays, a lot of developers use AI. Just
I think something you are underestimating, Adrian, is that LLMs will basically be trained with our interaction. You may opt out on anything, but like LLMs that Google have produced, they literally get feeded by our prompts too, and they can literally understand if something is accurate or not by how fast you copy paste the answer, or they literally get feeded and smarter with our prompts. So
be open about it. The last thing is most important thing. Be responsible. AI is just a tool. Is your AI tool that you're using secure enough? What are the security concerns if you're using AI tool? For example, I think Brett knows that when you're using Junie, a coding agent, you have the Brave mode that you can switch on and off. It's there because, sometimes if you're dealing with sensitive project or data, you may have to not be brave and be careful and, check whenever, there's a command that need to be run. Maybe you check before you allow Junie to run that command. So you are in charge. Be responsible. So I think that's it. I have talked a lot. So thank you for your attention. And yeah.
That was a good talk. I enjoyed it. I had fun. That was a good one. Let's clap for her.
That's it. So
Awesome. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah. Interesting, right?
Yeah, that was fun to listen to. Thank you for like both the overview, but also I think that
provider, right? Like, or even if you like,
she have a Laravel elephant right there. Can you see it? This Laravel elephant right here. So good.
like download the open source mod to a certain point. So that's software. You would at least check, okay, how long has this project been, alive, and is it still maintained? Those questions we ask when we use open source software. Like, if we use open source model, we still have to ask the same questions. Like, who is releasing this model? What data is
I just bumped my volume of the microphone. Let me know if it's good.
training that model? Like, a little bit basic information about the model. Those, again, like also when is the knowledge cut off? So all these questions we need to ask when using AI, so yeah.
find particularly helpful in the Python ecosystem when working with AI in whatever way. I'm mostly asking from a perspective of like, hey, maybe we find out what's missing in PHP maybe to make things a little smoother, a little easier to explore.
Yeah, I think the funny thing is a lot of people who building AI actually use Python because, TensorFlow, PyTorch, this, it is very popular in the Python ecosystem. But it's not
I can make my voice even louder if you guys want, but I think it's good enough, right?
limited to that. I know like now you can have a lot of different, AI model that it become a binary file. You can use it with anything, but yeah, lots of AI researchers are actually Python users. So that makes Python a little bit special because I have a feeling that that's why a lot of model works quite well in Python because of that. So maybe if you're a PHP developer, you can also get interested and then learn about AI, and maybe in the future you can train an AI model in PHP. I don't know, maybe. Yeah.
Sure, that'd be exciting. I mean, I think that there's definitely, somebody posted in the chat, there's like a lot of different libraries and tools, and people are working on things to make these types of things possible in PHP. But yeah, I think what you brought up, like the amount of researchers that are use Python is just something that's got a big, I don't know, like an advanced starting point for the race or something like that. I don't know what to call this. But yeah, maybe one day.
It's, if I understand you correctly, it's not because Python is like the greatest language, but it just happened to be like the language of choice of many people involved.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
we're at
again,
PHPverse here. I'm just saying.
Well, I don't want to get into those like debate of what language is better. Like each language is good at something. They have it's just like different flavor ice cream. I like all of them. It's like very hard for me to just eat one flavor of ice cream forever. So again, like even I mainly work in Python. I also learn other languages. I learn Rust. Maybe I'll learn PHP soon because I got really inspired by being here. So
that's great. We're converting Python devs to PHP. That's nice.
I think we've got to scale this up though. I don't know, like how many people can we invite on stage at the same time? But yeah, more practical question again. Do you have information on the I guess like the quality of the results of the using an agent to help you code? Because I think I like your survey results in terms of like people judging their own improvement, I suppose. I don't know, maybe that's something you've seen with JetBrains, or you just know some other research that looks a bit at is there comparisons between AI generated code and that code that wasn't, and are there significant quality differences on an objective level?
Yeah, I think there are actually multiple layers in these questions because so sometimes the quality of the code generated also depending on the information you gave, right? If you are more precise about what is the design of the code, what step to take, and what requirements are, and that would usually give you the code that you're actually expecting, that you think it works well. So sometimes it's like, your prompting technique, which again is a communication technique, is not something new that like, if you're very good at communicating with your colleague, this is what I want you to do, it's the same. This is what you want Junie to do. And then like, it will give you something that you are expecting. So, of course, there is, the error M also sometimes make a difference of whether this is completely not usable or this is actually very good code. I think that would have a little bit difference, but from my experience with Junie, because they're all benchmark, at least the one that we claim to be supported, they're all benchmark, so they have go through this, like jump through this hood. So it's already been tested, it's working, is the quality is meeting certain requirements before it got pushed out. So, I think, that has already been done. That's why like most users, like they're happy about it, But again, the slight difference is how you use it. Is I can have a very expensive chef knife that is made in Japan, but it doesn't mean that I can, slice the salmon very thin like the sushi chef because I don't have the technique. So, even sometimes a very good tool, if it's not in a, a good hand, then it could still be a bit useless. So, experiment yourself how you can use it. And I think, you may find a way that like how you can efficiently use the coding tool. So it may take some time, but it's like anything, it would have some learning curve, and after a while, or maybe watch more tutorials or YouTube videos or tips that is given out by our developer advocates. Yay! Then you can maybe you use it very well.
Makes a lot of sense. So, I mean, would you go as far as, I think some people compare this to like something like the Industrial Revolution, which maybe
that's
way
too
over
much.
the top, but I think the comparison there too still is kind of interesting. Would you consider somebody who's just working, like writing software themselves, kind of like a traditional handcrafting of things, and then like this just generating things is just like the machinery that speeds this up, and that's
I do definitely think that we are going to have AI developers and just regular software engineers. That will happen at some point. Where if you want a simple website, you go to an AI developer or AI consultant team, basically. Or if you want like a SaaS or something a little bit more complicated, you go to a software engineer team. Definitely, I do think that we're going to find people who do websites without knowing how to program, basically. That will basically happen. In the same way that today you have, people cooking fast food burgers without knowing how to cook. And you have literally just people who know how to cook also making meals, but in a more expensive way. Okay.
going to overtake the other.
Or it will help you to make your craft more efficient, more precise, and faster. But I think for what you mentioned, like, people now still like handcrafted stuff. I think it's more applied to, for example, generated art medium, like, generated picture, generated music. They are still not having the novelty as an artist creating art because they are just, a collection of ideas that has been trained with. So,
makes sense.
Yeah.
Nice.
We are running out of time here, and
okay.
I did notice some like good questions on Discord still. I'm going to send you in there, Chuck.
Okay.
Some people are carrying pitchforks, I saw.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But what I want to end up here with is that what I appreciate is that you try to bring some balance and some responsibility and communicate, like teach us about that part of AI as well. And we got to appreciate that you don't have all the answers. I definitely don't have all the answers, folks. So I feel like this is where we're in this phase where we're discovering a lot of things still together. And yeah, it's
we need to keep educating ourselves. Just
we
as
need to
said.
keep educating ourselves.
It's changing so fast. So yeah, just keep watching the space.
Chuck, thank you very much for joining us.
That was good.
And well, it's clear that you triggered a lot of thoughts here on Discord as well. So you can just
exit?
walk
Okay.
by if you want
Okay.
to. That's
Thank you.
fine.
I hope I don't damage anything. So.
It will be fine. Our next speaker will be online as well. That's Taylor Otwell from Laravel. And instead of doing a talk, we will have an interactive Q&A session with him. So he will be here.
Taylor Otwell, the creator of Laravel, will now be live on this event. He's also my boss, and I was expecting this moment. So cool to have him here on the PHPverse. By the way, Chet, I did an interview with Taylor Otwell too on my own YouTube channel. If you enjoyed this stream, just put a like on the video below and also subscribe my YouTube channel. It's very important to support my work. It's literally for free. You just have to like the video and subscribe my channel. If you also want to financially support my work, you can do that either becoming a YouTube member or becoming a Twitch subscriber, which you also can do on the buttons below. That being said, let's just jump into the Taylor Q&A.
We're gonna try,
or you can start upvoting questions. Yeah, just add an emoticon. An emoticon. I'm so old. An emoji. I'm sorry. 30 years. And so that we can maybe filter a couple of questions here. Before we do that, I also have to say, I'm looking over there, and this one really wants to.
Yeah. So they also sent me, by the way, this this elephant, which I have here to do at home. Super happy to see Taylor on this event now. Just by the way, people are talking about WordPress, about being something you don't need to know how to program. It's not actually true. Like with WordPress, you do need to know how to code a little bit, especially for plugins and things like that. You know what I mean?
50, Roman, something around that, but we're only giving away 10-ish today. So we want to keep some to,
if you want to check the video of me with Taylor Otwell, you can literally just go to my YouTube channel, man. It's literally on the third video, I think.
And hopefully you'll be able to.
Just by the way, if you didn't notice, the past merge did arrive at my home today. Past merge is coming really, really soon, chat. Really, really soon. I'm going to just literally try it out, see how it goes, take a few pictures, and let you know when it's ready.
As well. So that's what I'm gonna do anyway. But it's totally not in the center of the frame now. Kirill, I'm sorry. I don't know how I can make this better, but it is what it is. If you have like interest in winning one of these, definitely stick around. And then let's check here. I believe Taylor should be with us actually.
Oh boy!
Putting in my in-ear here.
Here we go.
Taylor, hi.
Yes. Hey.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Taylor.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah. Maybe a little bit quiet, but I don't know.
Let me turn it up.
Yeah.
What about? Is it getting louder?
Yeah, that
nice.
sounds good.
Thank you.
That's
Better.
good.
Yeah. Perfect.
All
Taylor,
right,
how are
what's
you?
Up?
Yeah,
I'm
like
good.
we're having a great
Good.
day here. And I noticed that Laravel released Nightwatch yesterday evening, or I don't know
what
about
time?
Yeah,
Because that's
last
full-time
night.
Australia?
Last night in the U.S. But yeah, I guess in the middle of very early in the morning, maybe for Europe.
Was it like a marketing thing to do it during the night because it's Nightwatch?
I'll say yes, but
Okay.
the reality is Nightwatch was built primarily by our APAC team in Australia and Japan. So for them, they were launching in the morning, which was kind of the best time they could be around to monitor everything. But we did try to spin it into a little bit of a opportune marketing moment.
Right. Yeah, it's really interesting. I was scrolling through the website today. It looks really nice, to be honest.
Thanks.
It's
Appreciate
clear
it.
that
It's been
you've
a,
put
it's
a
been
lot
big
of
project.
Yeah, you've put a lot of time and effort into it, right?
I think that's something I generally really appreciate about Laravel, like the effort that you put into design and like like how much that matters to the people that end up using your software. I'd love to hear a few words from you on that.
Yeah, I mean, good design has always been something that has been personally inspiring to me from the very beginning. I remember just being like awestruck watching the old days of like Jonathan Ive and Steve Jobs presenting like the new iPhone or something. And it was just like so magical and like awe-inspiring. And it left such a big impact on me. So design has always played a pivotal role in everything we do at Laravel. And thankfully, we have full-time designers at the company now, which are awesome. We didn't always have that in the history of Laravel. It was sort of trying to beg and plead for designers to help us in their free time. But now we have a great design team, and yeah, they really knock it out of the park with a lot of the work they do.
Yeah, it's great to see that and to kind of see like how well, at least from my perspective, the marketing around the Laravel brand works. And I think a part of that is that you're pushing PHP forward with it, right? Like that's my perception of it. But I think that leads me a bit to the question of like, do you have a vision for PHP as a part of what you're doing with Laravel? Like, how does this link together? And like, how do you think about that a lot? And what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I do. I think PHP is it's a really simple language to learn. It's really fast to get started. It's very easy to run. So I think it's actually a super productive stack for someone to get into if they want to get into web development. Playing off the last talk with AI, PHP's been around a long time, which is why we're here, right? For 30 years of PHP. So LLMs are very good at writing PHP because there's so much PHP out there in the world. And they're good at writing mature PHP frameworks like Laravel and Symfony and others. So I think PHP is still a great choice for full stack web development. I think paired with like a modern PHP framework is the most productive stack you can actually choose for full stack web development, which is amazing 30 years later. So I'm still very bullish on PHP in general. And I think more teams would do well to choose it more often if you're starting a new company or a new startup.
Some words of wisdom there.
Oh, yeah.
But actually, I'm curious, Taylor, like, what was the reason you chose PHP? Because if I remember correctly, you were in the .NET community, right?
Yeah, that's true. So, so I graduated from Arkansas Tech University in 2008, and I immediately was hired by an enterprise trucking company here in the U.S., publicly traded company, lots of programmers. And I was an enterprise.NET and COBOL developer. So yeah, you're right. I did start on .NET and classic ASP and a lot of COBOL as well. And I just always had like side project ideas, side business ideas. And back then, I'm sure it's much easier now, but back then hosting .NET for your side project just wasn't the easiest thing in the world, right? You had to buy Visual Studio, you had to figure out what you were going to pay for to run your .NET application. It just wasn't super easy. And of course, PHP has always been, easy to host, to throw up on a shared host. It was everywhere at the time on GoDaddy and DreamHost and all of the kind of shared hosting platforms back at that time. And so I had used PHP a little bit in college for an assignment actually, and knew that it was like very easy to code. It was very easy to understand. The documentation was good. And I was like, okay, I'll just go back to that and give it a shot. And, started building my side project ideas. And like every good PHP programmer realized, I need to build a framework for creating these ideas, of course. Worked on that for probably between like 6 and 8 months before, what became Laravel came out of that. But honestly, Laravel was never I didn't set out with the intention to create a framework. I was always really just trying to create a business so that I could work from home and have freedom and whatever else the goals were. But Laravel kind of became the business in this meta kind of way.
Yeah, like I've always thought that you were like the most genius programmer marketing out there because like you managed to like just not only build your own product but also the framework that runs the product, and it sounds like the dream, honestly, for many PHP developers.
I've always seen it kind of like not genius, but I'm a very average programmer that creates solutions for average developers, and that I think is what struck a chord, And I think also just having a low pain tolerance at the very beginning when I first created Laravel. Anything I tried to like really make my experience smooth, and having a very low threshold for what was considered annoying, I think it made Laravel, it was a breath of fresh air for a lot of developers at the time.
So Laravel is now, if my count is correct, 14 years old.
Yeah, that is correct. 2011 was the public release of Laravel.
So also kind of like half of PHP, right? That's kind of, again, like an impressive number.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, last week would be the 14th anniversary, I think, of Laravel.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Laravel.
You've seen like PHP and the ecosystem evolve quite a bit, right? What are some of the things that stand out to you?
Oh gosh, Laravel came into PHP at a very opportune moment in history, and that was PHP 5.3, which I think maybe I'm biased because that's when I came into PHP, but for me it marks a very modern turning point in PHP because we got namespaces, we got anonymous functions, late static binding was in PHP 5.3, which made Eloquent possible. Even just the API of Eloquent was not fully possible before that feature. And then PHP 5.4 brought traits, which have been used fairly extensively in Laravel, I would say, in various packages. So it came into PHP at a very interesting moment. I think it also came in when a lot of the frameworks that had come before were built not with those features in mind. And Laravel was just kind of at the right place at the right time to maybe utilize and capitalize on some of that new stuff that was coming to PHP. but yeah, I've seen PHP come a long way, but also I was not there for so many of the, let's say older period of PHP, PHP 3, PHP 4. I have no experience with that, which is always, so funny. So I almost feel lucky that I really walked into PHP in a very modern iteration of the language.
Right, I kind of feel the same way. I don't I've never experienced
you didn't
the pain
miss
days. No. One of the questions we got on Discord here is, well, Laravel has been going for 14 years now. What are some of the areas of the framework that you feel the writer says might have been neglected, but that might be too strong of a word here, but might, need a little bit of love? Are there some parts of the framework that you're like,
The things that come to mind would be more like UI related. So like we have packages like Laravel, Horizon, and Telescope, and anything you put a UI on, after a couple of years, people start to feel like it's dated. It just doesn't matter if it is or not, but people want to see that UI changing. So I think I've got it on our list to give those a little bit of a facelift this year. But as far as like the core framework functionality, I still work on that for several hours a day. Even 14 years later, I still merge all the pull requests. So, it's still just like my passion, and that's what I love to do. So most of that stays fairly well maintained, I would like to think. But those UIs, we got to stay on top of them. People always want the fresh bells and whistles on those things.
But is that something that's changed for you over time? Because you say you're still, you're doing all of that by yourself. But obviously the thing has grown. There are a lot more different parts of it. So isn't there kind of naturally a shift to do more maintenance and less kind of new and fun things? But then at the flip side, I do see that you managed to accomplish that somehow.
Yes. There's been so many times in Laravel's history where I've been like, I'm out of ideas. We've done everything that I could think of to do, whether it was open source features or Forge or Envoy or Vapor and all of that. And it was like, there's been times I remember, this was particularly during COVID. I think I was like, I'm out, I don't have any more ideas for Laravel. And then a month later, Laravel Octane came to mind, which, became a different way to run Laravel apps using FrankenPHP and Swool and others. So I just tend to operate with a little bit of faith that ideas will surface, over time, when it's the right time, the ideas, either through community feedback or through talking to people that are using the framework or through our own needs, it just seems to happen that stuff shows up that is an interesting problem to solve. But yes, there have been times where I thought I was out of ideas. And I think you're correct that over time, the framework itself, all the low-hanging fruit is sort of solved, right? So you kind of get into more and more niche cases or edge cases or more enterprise or complex cases. But you're right that you do eventually run out of just the most obvious improvements.
Some people on Discord here are asking about a different aspect of Laravel, because there's Laravel the framework, but these days Laravel is a lot more than the framework. There are a lot of products that you're making with the whole team now, and I've noticed a couple of similar questions that I wanted to touch on. There are some projects with overlap these days, what was mentioned here, Forge and Envoy, but also Vapor and Cloud and stuff like that. What's your, if we can ask, I don't know if you can answer at this point, but we feel free enough to ask, what's the long-term vision for these projects that do quite have a lot of overlap with each other?
Yeah, it's a great question. And a lot of it is, just a historical artifact of how Laravel, the company, was built. And for 10 years, it was a solo bootstrapped company with a relatively small team. And a lot of the things we tackled were just trying to solve the next logical problem that we saw. So Forge was, the first major product that we ever released, and made it super easy to spin up servers for running Laravel apps. And then later we created Envoy deployment, and then Vapor for serverless deployment, and now of course Cloud and Nightwatch. Cloud being fully managed deployments, so where we are actually the ones running the servers behind the scenes, and then Nightwatch, a fully managed performance monitoring observability tool. I think we are going to try to consolidate some of these feature sets, particularly with Forge and Envoyer. I think we'll have more to say about this at Laracon this summer, but we would like to bring a lot of the functionality from Envoyer into Forge. Those two products a little bit, bring zero downtown deployments into Forge is something we're very interested in. People have wanted that for a long time. I think with Vapor, it's a little bit of an interesting product. I was personally interested in serverless compute and Lambda throughout 2019. I started working on Vapor as sort of an experiment or proof of concept. Really liked the aspect of I don't have to think about servers, part of serverless. I wasn't as interested in there's a lot of people that debate what like serverless means, but for me it meant I don't want to ever think about a server and scaling them. And the true culmination of that vision, I think, is really more fully realized in cloud, which is the same end goal of I don't want to think about servers, but without the needing to log into the AWS dashboard and deal with IAM or Lambda or VPCs or anything like that, which you still kind of have to know about when you're using Vapor. So, these days I would point people to either Cloud or Forge for hosting your Laravel product, and that really depends on if you want to be fully managed or self-managed, and then Nightwatch for observing that product. That's kind of my happy path for what Laravel developers should do.
I mean, I think as you're talking about these different products and the parts you've had on that and like how you've built this business from being like a solopreneur through like a small team for a long time, like kind of how's your job changed in the recent times? Like you still managed to go and GitHub, but I'm sure that a lot of other things have changed around you, right?
Yeah, right. So, back when I was solo bootstrapping Laravel, we were notoriously like anti-call. I think I went years without having a single call, like a Zoom meeting, a Google Meet, anything like that. So, to give some context, early 2024, Laravel was roughly a 10-person company.
Yep.
We're now roughly a 70-person company. A lot of that's in engineering, of course, but also design and marketing and sort of business operations. And, to be honest, we have a few more meetings, but my day-to-day is a lot of giving sort of high-level feedback and guidance on the overall product direction, the features we're working on, balancing serving the community and sort of features that serve the mass of Laravel developers versus features that serve just maybe our bigger businesses or customers that are using Laravel. We don't want to isolate any part of the community, right? We don't want to just focus on enterprise use cases and lose sort of the heart of Laravel, which is, originally kind of the indie hacker side project community that I think feels so passionately about Laravel, and then smaller and medium-sized businesses as well. And then, of course, I still spend several hours a day on GitHub just curating the framework. I really see myself as sort of, the final curator of the features that I think belong in the framework. And I try to pick those features that appeal to 80, 90% of Laravel users. But, that's kind of a brief summary of what I'm up to. It's a lot of kind of, just giving context and feedback and direction to all of the teams and making sure they can do what they need to do and they're unblocked.
Yeah, so I think that seems to require a fair bit of like foresight and strategic thinking about where things are moving in terms of development in general. And I think this kind of ties in a bit with both things that you've mentioned about previous talks we've had today. So I think Laravel Octane and FrankenPHP, there's like a question that came up on the Discord as well. It's like, do you see this as kind of a standard future way of installing PHP? Is that kind of where things are going? Or is this just kind of like one thing that's going to coexist with the others? Do you have a feeling about this, like where you would direct
in regards
resources?
to like FrankenPHP and that kind of approach to running PHP?
Yeah.
Yeah, we see it a lot, honestly. It's pretty popular. We have an Octane option on Laravel Cloud. It's definitely used by quite a few people. I like it. I think it's a simpler way, like mental model of running PHP to just like start this application server and not really have like Nginx and FPM necessarily and trying to figure all that out. So to me, I'm a big fan. I hope it continues to gain in popularity. We're actually working with the FrankenPHP team a little bit here at Laravel, just sort of collaborating on how we can get the best performance out of Octane and FrankenPHP on Laravel Cloud. So, yeah, I would say I'm bullish on that as an overall way of running PHP. And I think anything you can do to make your system faster is always a popular improvement to make, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I think simultaneously, the other subject that we already covered a little bit on AI, and I think, I've seen that you've been looking at like what the part of a PHP framework in that context even is. I think, do you have an answer to that at this point? Like, where is this going?
Yeah, at Laravel, there's a few things on our mind, I guess. We want to have a really good AI SDK story so that people that want to integrate with whether it's OpenAI or Anthropic or Gemini models, they can do that really easily in PHP. There's community efforts around this already, right? AI SDKs written in PHP and even for Laravel. Another thing we're thinking about is, like I said, the models are already really good at writing PHP. And Laravel trying to inject a little bit of stylized opinion into how they write Laravel so that, when you have a framework that's 14 years old, sort of conventions change and best practices change from the community, and just sort of like the vibe of how they prefer to write Laravel in 2025 might look a little bit different than it did in 2016. And trying to get the models to sort of respect, what do we think is the best way to write Laravel applications? So we're interested in experimenting with that. And we've kind of kicked off some prototype work to see how can we pair you with an MCP server local coding assistant that makes it even better writing Laravel with LLMs and coding agents.
Interesting.
By the way, chat, if you are enjoying the stream, put a follow and a like just below. That really helps me, on my job. Thank you so much.
Now, Nicolas is here in the room as well, so I don't know how happy he's about that. But the follow-up question is, what are the strengths that you're proud of that could be appealing to Symfony developers?
It's funny because I've never actually used Symfony as a framework. My experience with Symfony, I've never used any other PHP framework actually, right. or CMS or anything. Because I came into PHP so accidentally, right, from .NET, and I didn't have this history of using PHP.
Right.
But what I will say is that Symfony is like one of the most incredibly well-maintained open source projects probably in the world. Mm-hmm. The Symfony components are incredibly bulletproof. I think we use maybe 8 to 10 Symfony components in Laravel. The biggest, the most popular of which, the one people interact with the most, is probably the HTTP and console components.
Yeah.
The HTTP component sort of is the underpinning for our request and response objects in Laravel. And the console component, of course, powers Artisan, which every Laravel developer uses. Mm-hmm. As far as Symfony developers experimenting with Laravel, maybe that would be a point of familiarity to them. They have HTTP Foundation, they have Symfony console sort of available to them. But if you're interested in giving it a shot, there's lots of material out there on Laracast and things like that. But I think PHP is lucky to have two very well maintained and developed frameworks. Some languages never get such a framework. Okay. Right. And we have two that are very stable, mature choices for people to use, which is, we're incredibly lucky to have that in the PHP ecosystem. And then combined, I'd be remiss not to mention Composer and packages itself, right? Which is really the foundation for making almost any of this possible. So I owe an incredible debt of gratitude to Symfony, to Composer, to packages, to all of the foundational work in PHP that was done, that I had nothing to do with.
Oh.
Well, thanks, I guess, for the little part that was me there.
Like I said at the beginning, that's the backbone of the modern PHP ecosystem here.
Yeah, but I think that's why I find it so fascinating to also participate in an event like this, just because you see all the different people that are involved in this.
I don't think you guys know, but this dude right here in yellow is literally the creator of packages. Okay, so every time you do Composer require, the Composer tool was created by this dude right here. Okay, so this is the creator of Laravel, creator of Composer, and Brand also, have made amazing tools. He's now creating as well Tempest PHP. So 3 big figures here.
A lot to be gained from people looking into the other PHP ecosystems tools and kind of seeing how do things work there, and I don't know, not stay just.
By the way, write on the chat if you knew that this guy is the creator of Composer. Okay, write on the chat.
Just become more effective at it. But I think this leads me a bit to another question that, maybe topic we're going to talk about later too is education. And I think that's something I'm a bit curious on your perspective on, because my perception is that Laravel is one of the, I guess, current few drivers that people like really get started with PHP, or like why people get started with PHP, and where do you kind of both see your role in this path to getting people to work with PHP and Laravel at the same time, and yeah, what do you plan on doing about that? Are there things you plan on working in that direction?
Yeah, it's a good question. We've tried to think about this from a few different angles. One is just getting started with PHP itself, getting the language installed. So we collaborated. Collaborated is probably a strong word. I encouraged Marcel to develop this thing called php.new, which is, if you go to laravel.com/install, or maybe installation, whatever the getting started page is on our documentation, it actually walks you through installing PHP as a self-contained binary, and that comes through this service that Marcel created called php.new. And that binary contains PHP Composer and the Laravel installer, and no dependencies. So you don't need like Homebrew or Docker or anything like that. It's just a self-contained thing. And that works across Mac, Windows, and Linux. I think that was so huge. I felt so passionate about that, and I had no ability to build it myself. That's why I had to bug Marcel to please make this happen, and I'm so grateful he did. But I really wanted people to be able to buy a new laptop and run a single command and have PHP and Composer available to them with no other, third-party stuff needed. And so now you can buy a new laptop and have PHP in just a few minutes, and you're up and running, and you can even create Laravel projects. So that I really wanted PHP to be easy to install, and I think that did really well getting that done. Another thing, as far as education goes, we're currently reworking our boot camp. So before our big Laravel 12 release, we had a boot camp. We wanted to rebuild it for some, to reflect how Laravel has changed over the years and your new options, whether it's Inertia, Livewire, or Blade. And so we're retooling that boot camp, but that'll be a really good on-ramp to learning Laravel for new developers. So I'm excited to get that out a little bit later in the summer as well. But education's always been something that's been super passionate, or has been a big passion of mine, just in regards to documentation itself. I always spend a lot of my time on the Laravel documentation, just making sure it's very easy to understand, trying to see everything through a beginner's eyes. When you've been working on a framework for 14 years, it's easy to sort of lose perspective on how the beginner would see the framework. And I remember having that realization when I looked at our installation docs last year, and I was like, this is just way too complicated. Like if I was new to PHP and Laravel and it's recommending I use Docker and set up Sail, and like I don't know what any of this means. And that's what was kind of the spark for wanting to have PHP.new, where it was just so much easier to get started. But, I'm always passionate about onboarding people onto PHP. I know how it changed my life. I've heard so many stories at Laracons and other conferences about how building things in PHP and in Laravel allowed people to start new careers, to provide for their family, to build their, dream side project ideas. So I want people to get started as easily as possible so that they can experience that too.
That's insane.
Speaking about beautiful documentation, this is a question that I've had for years now. But in the early days of Laravel, you had the doc blocks in the code that were indented always like, was that like manual work? Because
I still do that manually. I can't get an LLM to do that reliably.
No, exactly. Okay, that's a lot of dedication.
I still do it manually, and I've developed like mental tricks, for like shortening words, and I know if I do this, I can save 2 characters or gain 1 character. It's just like it's kind of pathological at this point, but I got to keep going now. It's 14 years. Why stop now?
Oh, awesome. Another question we had in Discord here. There are, by the way, Taylor, there are like lots of questions, and we won't be able to cover all of them.
Oh wow.
Yeah, there are a lot. I don't know if you'll have the time, Taylor, to join the Discord server. I know you're pretty busy.
I'll try to pop in there.
That's nice. But this one's I was curious about because a couple of people asked about it as well. Like, I cannot pronounce it. I'm sorry, but when creating an API with Laravel, it still includes many classes and services for rendering HTML. Like Laravel, you install the framework, right? How do people have to how do they work around the can I say monolith? I think that's not a bad word. I think that's a good thing
word.
actually. Yeah. When they try to create like more lightweight API apps, for example, stuff like that. Do you have any like a vision for that?
I'm so torn on that. I think we've experimented with that, as you may know, through Lumen, which was like kind of a micro version of Laravel that we created. Gosh, I don't know what year that was, but it was
RIP Lumen.
in 2017 feels about right, maybe. And people would use it. I would say it's a fairly popular project. Quite a few people used it, but what we saw a lot of the time is they eventually outgrew it, and they were like, okay, now I need to move to Laravel, and how do I do that? And now we could probably automate it, I'm sure, through tools like Rector or other code migration tools, but back then that didn't exist for PHP. So we kind of sunset that project around the time we came out with Laravel 11 because we minimized the file structure in Laravel itself quite a bit. And I always have that goal to like make Laravel simpler and simpler with each release. And honestly, there's more I would have done on Laravel 12, but I just didn't want to scare people and change things around too much. But I've experimented even with like, the current release of Laravel, a Laravel new -- API flag that kind of generates scaffolds out a new project with some of that stuff removed, like around blade templating or, the Vite setup and all of that. That's kind of front end related.
Right.
It actually ends up being not that much stuff that gets removed, which I'm always torn of like, is this worth releasing just to delete like 5 files, and maybe it is just, a psychological benefit to people to have that option and they feel like that's better. So we may do that. I'm open to doing that. It just doesn't do much because there's not a lot to delete, but maybe we'll do it. People keep asking for it. So we listen to the people,
People keep asking for Lumen as well. Like it's been a couple of years now, but they really miss it. But like if I can pitch in here for a second, I do think like the -- API flag is better than having a separate kind of install like Lumen was, because you just you keep everything still a little bit together, right? I think that makes more sense.
Yeah.
I mean, I think,
and of course, we need to think about like there's tools like API Platform now with Laravel support. What do we do with that? Do we have a -- API Platform flag? So there's lots of things we can consider for kind of API first projects, which is a very common way to use Laravel.
So
I think maybe just one last thing that I saw the scroll by that's kind of a bit out there. I think there were a few people asking different types of questions about native PHP. Have you tried this yourself so far? And do you have any thoughts?
I haven't tried it actually. I mean, I saw the demo at Laracon, as maybe some of you did. Pretty crazy stuff, like, pretty impressive. They've got that running. So hats off to them. I always encourage crazy ideas. I think Laravel itself was a bit of a crazy idea. A .NET developer who, has the audacity to create a PHP framework. That's crazy. So many good projects come out of crazy ideas. So I'm never one to like tell people don't try something. So, I think it's cool. If it unlocks the ability for people to ship either a mobile or Mac desktop menu bar application or something like that, hey, that's awesome. That's something that otherwise would not have existed maybe.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what comes out of that, what some people come up with.
Yeah, absolutely. Taylor, we're out of time. And like I said, there are like 100 more questions. So, but it was really good having you here and some very interesting insights as well. So thank you for making the time to attend PHPverse. And thank you for like being.
Honestly, it was a good one. By the way, Chat, if you want to learn more about Laravel, you can check the laracast.com. We literally had an interview with the creator of Laracasts yesterday here on the channel. And it's the place where I have learned everything I know about PHP. So if you want to learn more about Laravel, PHP, check laracast.com. Is definitely a place that you want to use. That was a good chat by Taylor Otwell. We interviewed Taylor here on the channel literally 1 week ago, and the answers were kind of the same as well. But it was a fun one. I feel like the next talk is Jeffrey Way, I think. Let me check.
Tapping. And also shout out to the technicians there. They were working in the frame, just trying to get this elephant perfect. That's awesome. It's like really great working together with a lot of talented people to bring PHPverse to you. And well, this is the moment where we want to like give some things away, basically.
Really?
But before we do that, I also want to give some more thanks. Actually, well, I'm
Just
giving
in a
some
thankful
thanks.
mood
So
right now.
Sorry,
Just in a thankful mood right now.
yeah. It says sponsored. No, no, but we did have some people and companies helping us out with like spreading the word about PHPverse, and we do want to like give them a shout out as well, because we're really thankful that we were able to host this event and to have so many people from the PHP community from all around the world show up and just celebrate PHP together. So I wanna take a moment to name a couple of companies and foundations here, because we start with the PHP Foundation. Then there's the Dutch and Swiss Laravel Foundation. I said it right, yes. Symfony, of course, Laracast, Laravel News, Native PHP, Typo3, Midwall Private Packagist, Laravel. Did I say Symfony as well? Yeah. Awesome. So thank you, folks, for just supporting the event and making it into what it is today. I hope people are still enjoying it. There are so many messages.
Just by the way, we are going to have the future of PHP coming soon, which is with Jeffrey Way, Paul Villas Corp, and Kevin Bound. So that will be a fun one too. Will be about 30 minutes, I think. Then we have the PHP Foundation talk by Roman and Gina. And that's it. Literally 2 more talks today. I think this will be fun.
Yes.
By the way, chat, write down the comments below. What do you think about the event so far? And if you are enjoying the stream, let me know.
It is. I also really wanted to thank, that's JetBrains. I don't know if that sounds genuine, but I really mean it.
I thought I was going to do that part, but
Oh yeah, you go ahead.
I do want to thank JetBrains. Sorry that you already said this
Oh.
now.
Thank you.
For yes, both bringing this event to happen. Thanks for hosting us at the office. Thanks for all the support from the staff here for making this possible with you.
I cannot stop talking about this. It's kind of insane the amount of support PHP gets from JetBrains, okay? Obviously, they have this commercial product, call it PHP Storm, which they want us to use. However, they do a lot for PHP outside of that, either that be the PHP Foundation, either actually making PHP Storm really good, either hosting events like this. They are literally one of my favorite companies out there, okay? Props to JetBrains.
Oh, in the frame, Brent. Yeah. So, okay. And the t-shirts and the hoodies, by the way, we're going to give away, I think, 5 hoodies, 10 t-shirts. They are also available on our JetBrains merch store. Actually, let me see if I can. I didn't prepare that. Merch.
Quick.
JetBrains.
Manage.
We're fine.
So it's on the web.
It's
There we go.
there we go. Let's see. Something like this, yes, and then like this, and then they can. The awesome technicians can share my screen, or
There we go.
Okay, there we
Oh,
go.
wow.
So if you don't get to win one today, they are still available. Just go to search for JetBrains merch, basically, and you'll find it. So, okay, what do we have to do to win some things? Because I've been babbling for 5 minutes now, and people just want to know, how do I get an elephant and some other swag? The t-shirts and the sweater, for those, we will have a small...
Just by the way, Shad, I don't know if you noticed, but literally the past merch just arrived. Past merch, that's right. Literally, I have here a bunch of stuff to check it out, but I'm literally cooking my own shop. Call it shop.nunomaduro.com, and it's still not yet available, but I'm going to try all of the merch, see if it's actually perfect for you all. And once it's fully ready, the shop will be online. Hopefully in the next 2-3 weeks, before Laracon US for sure. And there will be a bunch of stuff, like literally. I think if you guys enjoy the streams and want to support my work, you can either do that, obviously, by becoming subscribers of the channel, but, you can also, within 3 weeks, actually buy some merch too.
Participating in the giveaway without actually knowing it, because we asked our speakers of today to pick their favorite question for their session, and they will each pick one winner basically, and we will send the elephant, the Lego elephant, to the ones our speakers pick. So if you still want a chance to win one, you can stick around because there are a couple more talks coming. And yeah, we will contact you via Discord. So make sure to stick around as well. I'm not going to say tonight because all our speakers need to go to all the questions, of course, but probably tomorrow. But I'm not making any hard promises. But you will be
Find out about it.
You will find out about it when it's ready. So yeah, if you want to win one of these, just stay here, ask some more questions. The best question for every session will get an elephant, and then maybe. Just maybe we will find a way to sell these as well via the foundation. Maybe, I don't know if I was allowed to say that. I don't know where Roman is, but maybe the foundation can do something with these as well because they are pretty cool. Yes. Do you want? No, that's mine. That's mine. That's mine. Now, you have some time to fill in the form. Let me see. Did Tanya already? No, she didn't post a link. Okay, if Tanya doesn't do it, I'll do it in a second. You have let's see, until 15 minutes, until 5 minutes before 5. Yeah, but time zones, right?
Ah, yes.
So
it's our time.
You have 15 minutes where we will take a break and where we will be back in 15 minutes. You have time to fill out the form and have a chance to win one of the awesome t-shirts and stuff. So yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yes.
So
Thanks.
then we will be back in 15 minutes. I need a bathroom break. So
Yeah, let's do a break, chat.
See you soon.
All right, that was awesome. Great, literally first part of the conference. Great talks. I had a lot of fun. And I assume the second part will be equally fun because if we take a look on the on what's coming, I think we have literally a talk by Jeffrey Way. So this is the next one. Jeffrey Way, Paul Villas, the future of PHP education. This is starting in a little bit more than 10 minutes, so it's just a quick break. And then we have the PHP Foundation with Roman and Gina too. I think this will be fun. This will be fun. Maybe just a quick recap to what has been happening on my side. So you guys know, we had great interviews being done on my YouTube channel with Taylor Otwell, with Jeffrey Way, and many more. And I kind of want to explain to you a little bit what's happening with my YouTube channel and what things can you expect too on my YouTube channel. Okay. So I don't know if you noticed, but I have kind of toned back a little bit on my videos. So back in the days, let's say 4 months ago, I was publishing literally kind of almost every day, but small videos. So you have videos of 2 minutes, 6 minutes, and then 3 minutes here too, 5 minutes. And what I have noticed is that instead of publishing one every day, very short video, I'm going to kind of tone back that and literally, instead of doing that, just publish long format videos like 39 minutes, 30 minutes, 21 minutes, a little bit close to 10 minutes too. And these videos right here have much more reception from you guys. So I think that was a win in my book. I'm happy. This is also less work for me because I just have to publish one a week, for example, or 2 a week. And that's a way less work for me. So I'm very happy about the results of this decision on my live stream, on my channel. That being said, I want to just point out that my live streams has been, and they are always available on my live tab, meaning that if you click on the live tab, you have literally this live stream right now, but also the live stream from yesterday, but equally the live stream for 1 week ago. So all of the live streams are always available, which, I like them to have available. Literally, people like to come here and just watch the full stream on the next day. I don't know how many of you actually do this, but I'm happy with this. By the way, WCM, if you missed the Taylor's stream, you can literally go to this tab right here, click on the live, and then watch the live once actually it's over. So you can actually do that. We could potentially replace DD with an emoji, indeed. We are not doing that, though. It's kind of insane, man, how well the conference has been so far. I'm having a bunch of fun. Anyways, what else? So videos, yeah, live, still on the tab, live. And we also have shorts. This is something that I don't know how many of you are actually fan of short content, but I can tell you stuff like this really works on Instagram and TikTok. So I don't know if you follow my TikTok. I'm going to just probably share the link. I don't know if you are into TikTok, but I can tell you, though, that the new generation of developers, all of them have TikTok. Okay? So if you enjoy that kind of content, short content, you can literally go to my TikTok channel, and I have videos pretty much every single day. So, for example, instead of watching the entire interview from Taylor, you can literally just watch a few of the most important segments. Same goes to everything, really. Instead of watching the full Pokio talk, you have literally small content as well regarding my Pokio talk. Okay. So that's said about shorts, lives, videos. What else? Yeah, overall, I'm very happy about the way my YouTube channel is going. I am actually surprised by how much old videos actually capitalize on the new ones, meaning that the new subscribers actually go to see the old videos too. So that's important, and I'm actually happy with that. Yeah, overall, super happy about the journey so far, but also happy about the way my channel is going at this moment, which is way less work, but also way better results. That being said, write in the comments below, what do you think about the conference so far? I'm having a bunch of fun, and we are going to have 2 more talks before the end of the live stream. Shadow1 is saying, PHP Storm is the GOAT. I do totally agree with that. Loreto is also saying that PHP Storm is the GOAT. And Smith is saying, every stream with Nuno is interesting. I appreciate you taking the time to say that. Thank you, thank you. Diabel is asking, do we have enough likes for the Filament Week? I mean, if you guys are up to do a Filament Week, I'm also up to it. But unless this video gets 1,000 likes, I'm not doing that. Even though, I must say, if I'm going to do a Filament Week, that will happen potentially only after Laracon US, because it's the place where I will actually have the time to do some sort of Filament Week. Until then, I actually will do a couple more streams working on the past plugin browser. As you guys may well know, I'm literally migrating Playwright to PHP, and you know, I do need to get that ready for Laracon US. And shout out to these 3 people, by the way, João Patricio, but also Puyapal, but equally Sonali Sonali, which is these 3 people have been working on this plugin and doing a lot of work. So I really appreciate everything they have been doing for this project. Okay. KSA is asking, past plugin browser versus Laravel Dusk. Well, it's totally different technologies, meaning that Dusk is a little bit outdated. It's using a different technology behind the scenes, which, you know, it's kind of outdated. It's kind of flaky a little bit. And this thing is another level, you know, it's just kind of more modern. Just to give you the perspective, in parallel, I'm able to run 360 tests in less than 12 seconds. So this is how different this past plugin browser is, but you guys are going to see everything during my live streams, but also during Laracon US, hopefully, when I'm going to announce it. Okay. Agent also promised to work on it, but it failed on delivered. Yeah, I noticed that. You know, you kind of talk a lot here, but actually helping. I'm just joking with you. Appreciate you helping during the live streams. That's already good enough. Okay. Buzga is saying, you are doing a great job, bro. Thank you so much. That is really helpful. Thank you so much for taking the time to saying that. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. By the way, for those of you watching on YouTube, don't hesitate in putting the like on the button below. That really helps me on my live stream. And, you know, also follow my channel if you want to see more about PHP content. What else? Canada Raz is saying the following. I would guess date is one of them. I know, keep going back because it's easy to forget date format characters. What do you mean exactly? I guess you're answering something from all the way top, right? Yeah, Adrian, that would be a good one. Actually, literally contributing for screenshot regression testing. That would be cool. I would love to see that one. In theory, you can already do the screenshots. You just have to actually compare the new one with the previous ones. That should be an easy thing to do. Native PHP Rocks is saying Tendai Kurama. I haven't had the time to work with native PHP yet. I've heard stories that it's actually a very good thing to use. They are sponsoring equally pastphp.com. Okay, native PHP is literally one of the sponsors of pastphp.com. So I feel like we possibly need to find the time to, bring this to the live stream. And potentially just develop a mobile app with PHP and Laravel. The website is beautiful, though. I must say that. Yeah, the website is really gorgeous. It's not that expensive. It's literally like $10 a month. $8 a month, so it's not that expensive. It's fine. Saint Louis is saying, hello from France. How you doing, dude? I actually lived in France for 5 years. Diabel is saying, do you want to make a shout out for the Laracast sale? What do you mean exactly? Stephen Fox is saying the following. No, I'm part of the core native PHP team. Reach out, bro. Let's do a collab. Yeah, we need to bring native PHP to the channel. That's for sure. I need to see when I'm going to do that. Again, before Laracon US, my time is very limited. And I don't have literally time for anything whatsoever. So, but after Laracon US, why not? Just bring a little bit of native PHP to the channel. I think it'll be fun. Divel is saying that Laracast is 30% off right now. Really? Where do I see that? Oh! All right. I'm going to send you the link. Apparently, Laracast is literally 30% off right now. Okay? Here we go. If I was you, I would just buy this forever plan, and then you don't have to pay anymore, honestly. 30% off is a kind of a big deal. Yeah, just go for it, Diabel. And then you support the Laracast channel, which supports my channel. Just a way of, keep the train going. That's a great way of supporting, Laracast, but also me. Krillix is saying the following. I'm currently trying Larastan on my app, and there is a way of getting rid of access undefined property on computed livewire properties. I think you're probably using the wrong level. If I were using Larastan these days, I would probably go with level 5 or 6. I think everything above that is just, just annoying, basically. So if you use Larastan, just go for level 5 or 6. That's good enough, you know what I mean? What is that? I cannot open links chat during my live stream, but I'm going to open here on Safari real quick. Oh yeah, I think someone literally made a Lego with my logos. So I don't exactly know who is behind this, but they literally grabbed all my logos and they made a Legos with them. I think it's cool, honestly. I think it's cool. Well, undeniably, they could have asked for permission, but because they didn't. But I'm okay with that. All right. Check the face. What do you mean? Oh my God, that is my face under a Lego too. Where do you see that? I don't see a wait, what? You mean this? I don't think this is me. Yeah, there is literally 4 Legos. That's it. Fedov is saying, I got the Laracasts plan forever, and that was the best deal ever. You see? I don't think this is me, man. Do you think this is me? Come on, man. Come on, chat. Do you guys think this is me? This is not me, right? This is just literally a regular Lego. Well, it does have glasses, now that I'm thinking. That's you. Oh my god. Literally you. What do you mean, man? Oh my god. That's you. Oh my god. It's you in France with the big glasses, right? If you, just between us, chat, never Google my name on Google, okay? Never Google my name, because you will find, photos of me like literally 10 years ago with glasses that look like this. This size, literally. Huge glasses. So never Google my name, okay? Googling it now, of course. You always looked awesome. Thank you, thank you. Handsome. Oh, thank you, thank you. Thanks, I will search. Jesus Christ, the internet is such a place. How we are. 42 seconds. Okay, almost there. Let's close all this stuff. Before this starts, thank you so much for being on that side today. We're about to start the part 2 of JetBrains PHPverse 2025 to celebrate the PHP 30th anniversary and birthday. We are big PHP fans today, celebrating this event. We all love PHP. If you enjoy my channel, if you enjoy my work, go all the way down and click on the subscribe button, but also on the like button. If you want to financially support my work, you can do that very quickly by becoming a Twitch member, which is for free for most of the cases, and you can also become a YouTube member. That being said, let's jump to
back.
We're back.
The live stream.
We're back. I just noticed. Yay! Awesome. Okay, there he is, because we're back because we want to announce raffle winners, and I really hope, Roman, are you ready for that? Maybe you can just come over here and you announce it. That works as well.
Spontaneous change of plans is always good.
Right? Just
don't throw anything over. No way over here.
You can grab a microphone. That one.
This one.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'll be with my own laptop to see the results. So the question was, what are the top 5 functions? Actually, the documentation pages for functions that are most popular, the most visited on PHP.net website. Mm-hmm. And we do have analytics for that. Mm-hmm. And we have only one person who guessed all 5.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Yes, this contains. Yes, so these are the 5 most popular PHP functions on PHP.net. So the documentation. And we have about, I don't know, should I say the names?
There are 15 winners in total, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so you can say their names, don't like their nicknames, don't share their email address, but we will contact them privately via email, basically. So
some nicknames look very random, so it's the Dover, Foji, Mint, Rambi, C, Der Gott, Frössein, Hendrix, Vladimir Jans. Oh, I know Vladimir. Shout out to Vladimir. Yeah. Fosron, Grumpy, Seed, Roman. Probably
you.
Probably me. I don't know. John, Mopolo. That's it.
We're at 15?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you.
We should make every speaker do this. Like read out 15 random usernames. Struggle.
We're in a professional setting here with all professional PHP developers with professional nicknames. This is Discord, right? So I reckon many people do have accounts there and just use their gamer tag or something like that. But that's fine. We have their email addresses as well. We know how to reach them. If your name or something that sounded like your name was in that list, then we will contact you and you will get some t-shirts or sweaters. And well, the Lego elephant thing is still like work in progress. You can still ask some good questions, and I think it worked because like for the next session, there already are like 16 new messages. People really want the elephant here. So Roman, thank you for helping out with the raffle. And well, you will be back shortly, but you can take a small
Thank you.
break. Not you should like watch the talks, but yeah. See you soon. Awesome. So, with all that being said, it is time for our next session, and that's a panel discussion with 3 like super awesome people. And I'm like, this is
I think it's the first time I'm gonna see Povilas Corp outside of his YouTube channel. I don't think the guy ever have been outside of his YouTube channel, and this is probably his first time on doing something like that.
the call.
Write on the chat if you have seen Povilas outside of his YouTube channel ever.
Hey,
It's-
everybody.
Good to
fantastic.
see you, folks. Good to see you, folks. Let me introduce you real quickly for like because we have people from different places and communities here. I go from I guess it's the same for everyone, right?
That should be a hope.
Yeah. I start at the top there with Jeffrey. Jeffrey, you can wave for a second or say hi. You're with Laracasts. Well, you're the Laracasts person, right? So it's so good to have you here, Jeffrey. Thanks for joining.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Awesome. Then there's Povilas with It Depends. That's awesome.
Oh, I guess he doesn't have to answer any questions today. He just has the
depends.
answer.
That's great. Povilas, you're of course very well known for Laravel Daily, the YouTube channel. You've been doing that for years, have gathered like a very large audience. Then you have some PHP courses as well. You're also in the education scene. Say hi, Povilas.
Yeah, hello guys. And yeah, this is the ultimate answer to pretty much everything we will talk about today, but yeah, let's go on.
Awesome. And then we have Kevin.
Yeah, and I was gonna just briefly. So I think I met Kevin for the first time at a Symfony Live conference. That was also the beginning of Composer. So I think he's been kind of there from the first moments of the first characters typed. Yeah, it's really cool to see you work on Symfony Cast today, which is recently, which is what brings you here today.
Yeah, I still remember that talk. It was way over my head, but it was about dependency resolution with Composer, I think.
Yeah, I tried explaining in a lightning talk in 5 minutes how dependency resolution composer works. It's kind of funny.
Oh, you were doing the talk.
Well, this is a spontaneous lightning talk on like a side thing. Well, interesting.
Yeah. Folks, you're all in the PHP education scene, right? And that's what we want to talk about today. We have a couple of questions prepared. Maybe we can ask some questions from chat as well. There are already quite a lot, but to be honest, we promised to give people who like choose the best questions to give them an elephant. And actually, you're with 3 here, so we will pick 3 questions, 3 winners from this session. So like 3 chances, and like people are spamming chat. No, it's still kind of okay. But I wanted to start with a question just to get to know you a little bit. I asked this question to Niels as well. But what's like the oldest PHP feature you remember being added when you started with PHP? What was like the first thing that came across your path that you were like, this is good. This is like a new thing to PHP. And that way we can date you a little bit as well. So Povilas, you're thinking there. Maybe you want to answer?
Well, I'm trying to remember now. I remember starting with a book, PHP 4, learning PHP. It was a paper book in those days. And I don't remember specific function, but I remember creating first PHP websites with index PHP and include. So first thing in my memory is include everywhere. So index PHP and then a lot of includes inside. So this was the typical project structure. And then I also remember there was no composer back there. So I remember website PHP classes and pair for those packages or classes or whatever you call them back then. So these were like my probably first memories of PHP, 20 years ago probably at this point.
The good old days. PHP classes. I remember that still even. And that was before Composer, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Way before.
Jeffrey, what's your core memory
Yeah. So I looked this up. So I got into PHP right around 2004. And I remember that because it was right after I graduated high school. So I entered college, and that was like the beginning of me getting into web development. And so it turns out that PHP 5 came out in 2004. And if anyone can't remember, PHP 5 is sort of what introduced the modern object syntax that we're familiar with. Before that, you didn't have visibility on your classes, so everything was just public by default. So you could create a class in PHP 4, but of course, you were using the var keyword for all of your properties, and all of your methods were public. So yeah, back then, we had little conventions like use an underscore to indicate that the method should be treated as private. And to be honest, I kind of still like that a little bit. But nonetheless, like it introduced all of the modern stuff that we're used to these days. But my point is, when I was learning, I didn't know any of that. I didn't know that I was learning PHP 5. I was just learning PHP. I had no like concept that a big release had just come out because I was so young. Now, here's the thing I do remember, though. MySQL_connect. Like that was how we connected to the database. And I remember that because every tutorial was full of SQL injection problems. And the release of PHP 5 introduced like the PDO API, and MySQL improved. And all of those were, or both of those were intended to solve that problem, right? But again, when I was learning, all of the tutorials were, of course, still based on PHP 4. So everything used all of this old stuff. So like I started with the release of PHP 5, but I learned PHP 4, and then I had to, update my knowledge as I got better.
This is starting to sound like Laracost's origin story almost.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about that in a second. First, Kevin, what's your core memory?
I feel like I'm probably in the same vein as Jeffrey, because I was thinking, and this feature doesn't even exist in PHP anymore. It was deprecated and removed, but the class named constructors, before the underscore constructor, you would name it by the class name. And I remember when the underscore constructor came into play, I didn't like it. I don't know. I didn't like that extra or that weird underscore syntax and that name. But of course, it definitely made renaming classes a lot easier.
Right. Did you want to pitch in on that, because you were writing something?
I was taking a note. I'm gonna have to get back to this later. I really enjoyed this point about the terrible tutorials, but it's a question.
This is actually what I wanted to circle back to, because how did you folks learn PHP then? Because you weren't around back then when you started out. Both of us, share it with us.
Library, high school library actually was my first place to learn, with books again.
Right.
I had limited internet access even back then. So yeah, I just, the book example, I type it in and it works or it doesn't. And then I panic or I don't.
This is like totally alien to me, actually, like having to do it like that. Wow. Okay. How about Jeffrey, Kevin, do you remember?
So when I was first getting started, I was learning from blog. Like blogs were a bigger thing back then. And you know what? I sort of miss them. Even when I was younger, I managed a site called NetTouch. And I learned from NetTouch before I even joined it. And yeah, that was kind of nice. They would post like daily tutorials, and they would spotlight PHP because, of course, WordPress was, it still is gigantic today. But back then, if you were working with PHP, there was a really good chance that you were building WordPress themes. So that's kind of how I was learning, is just figuring it out. And it was frustrating. I don't know. It's like today, any problem you have, you can instantly solve. Somebody on YouTube has solved your problem, right? Or AI can instantly tell you the solution to your problem. But back then, you just didn't know the answer. So if you're like, I don't know how to do this, then you just didn't know.
Just between us, I kind of wish that every time we would speak with Taylor Otwell, Jeffrey Way, Paul Vilas, like all these superstars, we would focus the discussion on 2025 a little bit, like modern tooling and what is PHP right now, instead of always talking about the past. That's why on an interview with Taylor, I had like more than 50% of the interview was about the future and about cool things in PHP right now. And with Jeffrey, the same thing.
Aggregated as many tutorials and books as you can, and then you just sort of pieced it all together. And that's my memory. Yeah.
Kevin, how did
I
you...
definitely remember a big PHP 4 and MySQL book that I had and I was referencing all the time when I first started. And then it was absolutely the Symfony 0.9 documentation, reading through that. And they had a lot of these full app tutorials that you would do. They used to do like this advent calendar around Christmas for, I think 2 or 3 they did for sure, of like full apps, and you could kind of follow through each day. You get a new chapter, and that was my main source for understanding how to build apps in or that weren't like the ones that were built in that book, basically.
Also, I want to mention forums. We don't talk enough about forums, including like Laracast forum much later. But before that, it was Stack Overflow and local forums and Facebook groups, even for me. So like human interaction was on forums back in the day.
I have a funny note about forums. So when I was first getting started, of course, I would ask every dumb question I had on the forums. And my brother, who's also a programmer, he gave me this advice. And this would have been like 2004. And he was like, just be careful about the questions you ask on the forum because the internet has no memory. You know, it's cliche now, but he said that back then. And I was like, oh, it's fine. I love that I can ask a question and get an answer. And what I didn't realize was like, 5 years later, you're going to be wildly embarrassed about some of the questions you asked. So I bet if I went back to some of these old forums, it would just be excruciating to see how ignorant some of my questions were. I think I went back and deleted a bunch of them for this very reason.
Oh, really? No, but you're all now in on the other side of the education balance, right? You're in the teaching position now, and you're all with Laracasts and Laravel Daily and Symfonycast. You're getting in touch with new junior people who've never written a line of PHP code, maybe.
It's insane because right now, for example, if you go to a conference like React Miami or potentially the Vue.js conference, you don't see them like actually talking how JavaScript used to be, because he also used to suck a little bit, and we don't see them talking about that. So I wish, PHP discussions were purely and only focused on the future.
And this becomes actually my main source of topics for future videos. So people are feeding me questions and I'm trying to pick the topics. So this is still happening. But what I'm noticing now is people are asking questions less, probably because they're asking something else, like not even someone else, but ChatGPT these days. So I would say that forums maybe become less popular and less active. Probably Jeffrey can say about Laracast, are there any numbers lower or something? And I do get a lot of questions, but they are now different because a lot of questions are pre-filtered by ChatGPT, I think.
Is that an experience that two of you share?
I have, basically the same experience. I would find that we still get questions, but the beginner questions are almost non-existent, or very rare now. We always get, most of our questions are for more advanced topics that probably an AI didn't answer correctly.
Yeah, I would say it's roughly the same. I don't know, things are getting a little bit tricky with AI. I think, especially for education, we need to sort of mold or adapt to where people are. Because again, those sorts of questions, it's just not useful to ask on Laravel Daily or Laracast or Symfonycast a question and then wait a day potentially for somebody to reply. It's like, I wouldn't do that, right? I would go to ChatGPT and have an answer in 12 seconds. That's what's interesting. 12 seconds is a long time to wait. We've already reached that point. We've gotten beyond, oh my gosh, look what ChatGPT can do. We are now at the point where we say, oh my gosh, 12 seconds. I just sat there for 12 seconds for a response. But yeah, I've been talking with my team at Laracast about like how we should change our content, considering the fact that it's so easy to get the answer to your question these days. And should we be focusing on different styles of content, workflow, the process of being a developer and what that looks like day to day? We're tinkering with different ways to provide content. I would say it's something we're thinking about quite a bit.
I think based on that, I'm kind of curious. Have you, apart from realizing that people clearly are asking questions to AI clients, did you notice that there's a change in how people consume educational materials? Like, if you look at how you've been trying to educate people for, let's say, the last 10 years or something, like, is there a fundamental change to how the media is like perceived and like how it's worked with? And have you made any of those changes already, or like what's worked worse? Any experience with that? I don't really start the other way around for once. Kevin, if you want to say something.
Yeah, I think, one of the things that I have to remind myself is beginners still exist. Despite not getting beginner questions as often, the videos for our, beginning with PHP or beginning with Symfony are still fairly popular. So it's sometimes hard to remember that. And, of course, from my perspective, I want to cover super advanced stuff all the time because that's kind of my wheelhouse and what I enjoy. But, having to step back and, think about how someone today is starting with PHP is very different than how I was starting 20 years ago. And having to come to terms with that or just think about that. I don't necessarily have an answer for what the best way is, but it absolutely involves AI for the most part, I would say.
Jeffrey, you have anything to add to that?
Well, what I've noticed is... sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go from it.
Shame on you. How dare you interrupt me? No, I'm just kidding. I've noticed a very distinct difference in how people are learning. When I was first getting started in the early 2000s, the thing that really helped me and motivated me to create Laracast, by the way, were these videos on ASP.NET. And you could go to the ASP.NET website, and there was this guy named Joe Stagner, and he would show you precisely how to do everything. And even more than written tutorials, this was like gold for me to actually see a person interact with your editor or with their editor. It was like all of the missing pieces that are not included in a tutorial were present in these videos. And I appreciated it so much, even down to like, how does he get from file to file? I know we take that for granted now, but it's like back then, do I get the mouse and do I go here? Whoops, I accidentally signed out, excuse me. Anyways, I would get to see workflow that just wasn't available back then. There we go. And that was really an amazing thing. But here's what I'm noticing now is that there is a TikTokification of
I was about to
educational
mention
content,
this.
I
I was
think,
about to
where
mention
people
this.
want everything faster,
3 seconds,
faster,
yep.
and faster. They watch shorts on TikTok or Instagram or YouTube, and they expect programming content to be that way as well. Sometimes I'll release a video that's like 15 minutes, which is nothing, right? It's 15 minutes. And somebody will be like, whoa, you really expect me to sit there for 15 minutes and watch it? I was like, yes, 15 minutes was actually the edited version of the hour-long video I recorded. And you'll notice a clear divide with younger people. It's like they just want it in 3 minutes or less. And it's difficult, I think, as a teacher to determine, do I expand on this and take some time, or do I try to get it out the door as quickly as possible? And that's something I'm struggling with a little bit, because my instinct is to take my time. But people, younger folks especially, don't want that. They just want the answer as quickly as possible, and that's tough.
Just by the way, this is so true. Like, you guys would be probably most of you are like 30s, 35, but I can tell you immediately that people from the 20s, they don't see 10 minutes videos, okay? All of them have very short time for attention, and unless you deliver them like a 10 seconds video, super well crafted and super catchy, they won't watch it. They won't watch it at all, you know? So, for example, my TikTok videos, they are very different from the YouTube videos, and they are like 10 seconds in size, and they are like 100 times more popular on TikTok than on YouTube. So, you know, this short content media is definitely a thing, I can tell you. People from the 20s, they only watch that. They no longer watch long-term videos. So definitely people like Jeffrey, even myself, we need to adjust a little bit to that too, you know?
I'm trying to figure out how to deal with that right now.
Back to you, Povilas. You get your chance now.
Yeah, sorry, Jeffrey, for interrupting you. I'm not sure who was the second to speak. Anyway, so yeah, I noticed the same thing. I've been experimenting with YouTube Shorts quite a lot, and they are really popular in terms of views and likes and engagement. It's challenging to put all that code in vertical mode, of course, but yeah, they are consumed a lot, and I did notice that people expect the answers in a short format. That said, that short engagement usually don't convert into something meaningful. So they don't like click for more or go to any course. It's just that short 60-second span. And also what I've noticed in general, like the format of courses, Jeffrey saying like 15 minutes, like imagine you have to watch a course for 2 hours. Like, can you believe it? Even back then, actually, the engagement rate and finalizing rate of the course completion rate is pretty low historically online, like 5% or something. I've seen the numbers even earlier, but I think it's even less now. I see my percentage numbers on Laravel Daily getting lower of people just going to course and actually watching the course, like lesson by lesson. Even if in a few days' time, more people go to find the exact missing pieces in their knowledge, or for a quick tip, or for a definite answer, or something on demand. So probably the whole education thing, the whole market, I don't know, the whole industry should shift, not should, but maybe might shift into more on demand. Everything is on demand, whatever people need in a short form, because that's I guess, part of the new reality, which we should somehow adapt to. I still, same like Jeffrey, I don't know how it will look, but definitely people are not watching courses as such that much.
So let's maybe talk about the content of what you're actually trying to teach people a bit. Like what, we've spoken about how long you've been doing PHP, what's like the oldest memories you have, but what actually excites you about PHP today? What are the things that you look forward to kind of explaining to people, to like, what's the thing that you're looking forward to? Let's start with Povilas this time. Let's turn it around.
Okay. Well, I'm excited about PHP as much as I was 20 years ago. It was always the language to deliver something faster. And since I'm focused on Laravel excites me like with every release, every new tool, every shiny thing. Like we have Nightwatch and Cloud now, and new starter kits, and for rapid development, for quick start, for delivering real results, real projects, PHP has historically been a great language, and with Laravel, it speeds up even more. So I keep being excited about not that much new language features as PHP, but more about the results that we can get with PHP and with Laravel in my case, because I'm a big fan of like reverse engineering the result. So we create projects and then we reverse engineer what we need to learn for that. So for delivering results, I think PHP is as excited to me as it was 20 years ago.
Cool. Jeffrey,
I almost wonder, I almost wonder, and this may be super ignorant, and I'm going to be embarrassed in 5 years, but like, I kind of feel like PHP is a little bit feature complete. I don't know. Like, if you were to ask me, like, what are the things missing? There's not that much, really. Like, I like that pipes are coming. Obviously, long closures need to happen. But like beyond that, and again, maybe I'm just too ignorant. I think it's kind of feature complete. Like, there's not that many things missing. Brent, I would love to hear what you're missing, because you're a little more on top of it than I am. But yeah, it's not. I'm not looking to the language like I can't wait until this happens or until this happens. I'm kind of happy with where it is. And on this subject, it was referenced the idea of like some people say PHP is dead, or the PHP community is often vocalizing PHP is not dead. And I kind of agree with many people. It's like, stop saying that, because nobody else is doing it anymore. So it's like a self-perpetuating thing where the PHP community keeps saying, we are not dead. And it's like, the more you say it, the more people think the opposite, right?
Yeah.
Like I was thinking about this the other day. Imagine you're in high school and you keep telling everyone in the school, like, I am not a loser every day. And it's like, well, eventually they're going to think, oh, maybe you are, because you keep telling us that you're not one. You know what I mean?
I think that's something we've had on our list. We've had on our list here too, and I think there's Liam Hammett, who's actually in the chat right now watching this, and did ask a question in this direction. Wrote a blog post on this recently after a PHP UK panel discussion in which I made this very point that you're making as well right now. And I think he he explained this very well. There's actually a concept called the pink elephant paradox. That's also something about how you think about statements. So, like, in order to process a negated statement, you need to first materialize the positive statement. So if I tell you,
don't think about the pink elephant.
Don't think about the pink elephant. Like, obviously you're thinking about because in order to process the not doing.
I'm literally thinking about the pink elephant right now. It's the only thing I can think of. I cannot watch any other thing right now. Why do you have a pink elephant to begin with? Oh my God. Anyways, just on this topic, chat, I really would love to see multi-line short closures and generics on PHP. Those are literally one of the two more missing features that I have in PHP right now.
Something, you have to first think about the thing. And so anybody who's trying to do a favor to PHP, like, do not use a statement like PHP is not dead as the title of anything you're writing, because all you're communicating is that PHP may be dead.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah. Like, that's what
and
sticks
it's the
with
opposite,
people.
right? PHP is alive and kicking.
Yeah, I mean, look at this event today.
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Sorry, there's a little delay. I would imagine even for like my business, if our headline on the homepage was like, our tutorials are not horrible. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, I am saying they're good, but now all you hear is like, oh, well, I guess somebody thought they were bad, right? And especially for newcomers, if they hear that line, PHP is not dead, yeah, all they're taking from that is, oh, well, some people think it's dead, clearly. And it's just a horrible marketing technique, and I don't know why people keep repeating it at this point. Yeah, it's super self-perpetuating at this point.
I think trying to follow up with that, let's go in that positive direction of, like, you know, like what we just started on, right? Like, what are positive things that you were excited about with PHP? But also, I think a good question here is, like, what are things that might, you know, not, like you said, you consider PHP mostly feature complete, but what are things that could change in PHP or the PHP ecosystem from your perception to invite more new people from outside of PHP to join and try it out?
That is a good question.
Maybe let's try with Kevin, if you have an idea how to answer this.
Yeah, I had an answer for the last question.
Sorry.
I just wanted to quickly say about the feature complete. I do kind of agree, but I really like how the direction of core is now taking sort of user land concepts. Like, a good example is like annotations. That existed for years and years, and we were using them a lot in Symfony and Doctrine, but in other libraries as well. And now we have attributes. The next thing, of course, is the like lazy objects in PHP 8.4. That is something that existed in Symfony for a long time, and there was, you know, huge amounts of code around that. And now we have that natively within the language, which I think, you know, feature complete, but we're still adding features that exist in userland that will be faster when added to native PHP itself.
Generics, I'm calling it. It exists in userland. Just
Knew
folks,
that was coming.
We have the foundation sitting there. You cannot see them, but yeah, take notes, please. You had another question, right?
Yeah, I think the question was a bit more in the like, what can we change about PHP to attract more people from outside of PHP to be interested in the language? Like, is there something that you have in mind on how to accomplish that, or maybe something from the experiences you've had trying to teach people PHP, something that you think might need improvement?
I'll say one. The PHP website needs to be updated. I'd be curious to know the reality of why. I'm taking a look at it right now. I'd be curious to know why it hasn't seemingly been updated too much over the years. But I feel like especially younger people maybe aren't gravitating to it quite as much. I don't know. I feel like when I was learning,
that's such a great way of saying that something really sucks. You know what I mean? Oh my God.
So many young people. I was surrounded by people in their early 20s getting into it. And maybe this is just a sign that I'm getting old, but I'm not seeing that quite as much. And I don't know if they're all just in JavaScript and React land, but that's maybe something to be concerned about. Are young people gravitating towards this language? And it doesn't matter what they do. They can do whatever they want. But I would worry about that a little bit. I'm not seeing the 18-year-olds and the 19-year-olds in this community quite as much. But I would love to be corrected if I'm wrong. But I think that's maybe a big problem. And I know it's crazy, but it's like the website itself, it needs an update. I don't know. These things.
But it's just crazy, like, why that's not the top priority. Like, it should be the only priority, to be honest. Like, literally making the website looking gorgeous. You deliver that to an agency, they make that in a week. That's it.
Things make
that's one concrete thing. Thank you. Perfect.
Yeah.
Bovelas, did you have anything to add there?
I like the general direction of Taylor and Laravel team in last year or two. They are really focusing on the start of the project with Laravel, which actually doesn't really emphasize PHP, but PHP is under the hood. So that PHP new thing and Laravel installer and Laravel herd and all of that.
Just between us, thank God, Povilas actually bought a microphone. The guy was doing videos with AirPods. Jesus.
It's kind of about Laravel, but under the hood, it's introducing new people to PHP. So even on Twitter, I see kind of like Primagen example, a lot of JavaScript guys trying out Laravel and then sharing their opinions. And there was even kind of a movement. I'm not sure if it's called a movement, like JavaScript guys trying out PHP and Laravel. And they were pretty surprised by what we have in Laravel just out of the box, because I'm not sure like the direct comparison, I may be wrong or something, but in JavaScript land, it seemed like they're tying different pieces together just to complete the auth, which is in Laravel out of the box. I'm not sure how it's in Symfony that much, but in general, I don't think we should advertise PHP. We should advertise the tools, Laravel or Symfony or others, which would help people to deliver projects, and then later they may fall in love with that and then learn PHP under the hood with the thing that they need.
But isn't that going to accomplish the exact opposite? Like if you advertise only Laravel and Symfony and you try to be as quiet as possible, the fact that they're built with PHP, isn't that what in the eyes of people outside of that ecosystem makes PHP seem less relevant, because they don't hear about PHP, because you're only talking about Laravel, you're only talking about Symfony, you're not talking about PHP. And so like to somebody who's not the direct person that you're talking about that's maybe learning this, it seems like PHP is less relevant, because the only thing that's relevant now is, I mean, let's stick with Laravel and Symfony or Drupal, or like there's lots of others of these things. But I feel like maybe the opposite is happening, where like the lack of talking about the fact that it's built with PHP is contributing to a lack of awareness of how relevant and widespread this language is.
I wonder if that's true, though. Like the exact same thing could be said about this. Yeah, and I think it's a good point. But I wonder, the same could be true in the React community, right? It's like, well, everyone says React, but nobody's talking about JavaScript. But it's like, don't we all kind of get it? Don't we know what's going on there? So I wonder if that's actually true. And also, like, does it actually matter if people are using the language? Like, okay, so if we're talking about...
For me, it's a little bit like that, because why would you pitch PHP for web development when in reality people cannot use PHP by itself for web development? You know, I mean, people can, but it would just suck. You know, you always have to proxy to a web framework like Laravel or Symfony. So I don't know. I think it's a wrong idea to actually pitch PHP just by itself to anyone, because nobody actually uses just PHP. Everyone uses like a framework or tooling like Composer, PHP Stand, Pint, and everything. You know what I mean?
Laravel and Symfony mostly, but we're not bringing up PHP, then outsiders won't realize how popular. Yeah, I think people will figure it out. I'm not sure that's as much of an issue, but maybe it is. I don't know. That's interesting.
I think it can be kind of. I'm thinking of like jQuery. You know, when I started with JavaScript, I didn't even know what JavaScript was. I just knew it.
Just for info, for example, PHP is kind of different from other languages in the sense that with Go or Rust, you have a standard library with HTTP layers. So you can literally build a web application with Rust or Go fairly easily. But on PHP, you know, you have to have Composer installed. You have to have all this tooling to make it, you know, web accessible, literally.
jQuery was, but you know, I eventually learned that it was JavaScript. Same with like Ruby on Rails, right? Like I didn't know that Ruby was the underlying language, you know. So I think there's definitely it's an avenue to get people in for sure.
Oh, really interesting.
It's sort of like medicine in the dog food, right? It's like they don't need to know when they're using jQuery that it's like, okay, this is just plain JavaScript. It's just wrapped up. But everyone who learns jQuery eventually went further. And many of those people ended up developing React and Angular, and they became JavaScript masters. So it's just an entry point like anything else. Maybe a friendlier entry point than if they had to do everything manually, right?
Yeah.
Great insights, folks. So, sorry, Povilas, did you want to add one final thought? Because I noticed we're running out of time here, and I need to wrap it up.
Quick random fact, 2 years ago, I released a course called PHP for Laravel developers, trying to fill in the gaps of object-oriented programming for people who started from Laravel. And it actually went really good and popular. So, yeah.
Oh, that is a nice example, actually. Yeah. Cool. I know there is a lot more to talk about, but we are on a schedule, and I also don't want to take more of your time than what you've reserved here. That being said, if you want to go into the Discord server, there are lots of questions. Feel free to do that if you have the time. I think people would appreciate that.
I also really want to thank you at this point for the work that you're doing, because I think educating developers is such an important part of keeping this community vibrant and alive. So thanks very much for that.
That is true. Yeah, thanks, folks, for how you are contributing.
That was awesome. Let's clap for Jeffrey Way, Povilas, and Bound. Exactly. Let's clap for them. That was amazing to see. Great interview, great chat, and a lot of cool things have been said.
To the PHP community. And with that being said, I want to say goodbye until next time. And then we will continue with our next and final session, actually, of the day. So, folks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Thanks.
Hey, and then we're going to end something to celebrate.
We didn't say that enough today.
Happy birthday, PHP!
Yeah, I started 15 years ago, so it's half of PHP's lifetime. I've been with PHP. And I wanted to, you already mentioned this blog post, but I wanted to show it again, that this brilliant blog post by Liam about how we need to celebrate PHP and not defend it, because PHP is awesome. It's alive as and beautiful. But through these 30 years, they were not all that smooth. And throughout this history, PHP went through different crises. If you think about it, every major PHP release was sort of a crisis. So every time
PHP major release was actually about solving some kind of crisis. So PHP 3 was a absolutely new language rewritten from scratch by Andy and Z, who joined the project back then. Then in PHP 4, they tried to introduce object model, but it was not kind of full object model. So they tried to solve it in PHP 5 with introducing a new engine. And then there was PHP 6, which never happened, as you all know. And then there were some concerns about the PHP performance, and that's when HHVM or Hip Hop Virtual Machine appeared back then.
You guys remember PHP 6? You probably don't, because it was not a thing.
And PHP responded with PHP 7. And then in 2021, PHP faced another crisis, which was not technical, but was more like a sustainability crisis, people crisis. So in PHP 2029, PHP was kind of in sad situation. So the prompt for this image was PHP having a drinking problem over its ex. So yeah, there was no money in the project. PHP had only one paid developer left after Nikita left the project. And the community was lost. There was no organization who could steer and drive the force behind PHP. So that's when JetBrains reached out to major industry players in PHP, and we all teamed up and chipped in with money to create the PHP Foundation, a non-profit organization that develops the PHP language. So the mission is to support, advance, and develop the language. And our goals back then were quite humble, actually, to solve those three major problems. Find money, basically to establish a sustainable funding model, transparent budget, then pay developers, find those developers, build the team, make sure that the knowledge is transferred from Nikita, so there is no bus factor. It's not one developer who knows everything, and there is a team. And keep the language running. So make sure that bugs are fixed, security issues are fixed, releases come out by schedule, and everything is fine. So all these were achieved within the next couple of years, by 2024, I would say. And that besides our beautiful and generous sponsors, there are people behind all of this, and that's our dev team. So we started with 6 engineers part-time, and we expanded the team in 2024 to 10 engineers. Some of them are full-time, like Gina, for example, some part-time, but it's 10 engineers. And we have the board, which consists of some of the major sponsors, representatives, and community representatives, including Niels, for example. And we also have a community and many people just helping out with different things. So in 2024, something incredible happened. We received investment from German government. And that's not grant, so they don't give money just for anything. So they give it for specific projects. So that's when we realized we can actually do more strategic planning and plan some bigger projects, solve some big issues in the ecosystem, and not just do maintenance. So we chose 4 projects. One of them was security audit, and I keep saying that it's the first audit in a decade, but I don't even know when there was external audit before that. So maybe it was the first one. I don't know. At least on my memory, it's the first external security audit. So there were a few issues, severe issues discovered. All of them are fixed, and you can check the public report on our website. And there is also a testing tool for FPM to test it under different configurations. Gina will tell more about this in a minute. We also updated documentation. It also went through a security review, not the whole documentation, some parts of it, because the full, it's 17,000 pages. So not all of them were reviewed, but some critical parts that are related to cryptography and working with file system, that parts were reviewed. And last but not least, Packle overhaul. So Packle was a system to install extensions and was so old, no one wanted to touch it. So there is now a new tool. And again, Gina and James will share something about it in a minute. But besides that, there were many features, language features, and these are just the top features that team worked on. So lazy objects, property hooks, asymmetric visibility, and object API for big numbers with operator overloading support. And this, as I said, these are just the highlights. In total, there were like 36 RFCs accepted, maybe, but it's even more now. Because by the time I prepared these slides, there were a few new RFCs submitted. But the most important part is maintenance. So this is something that you cannot do as an enthusiast. You cannot do it coming after full-time work and doing it at home at night. So we need to have developers who are paid to do the maintenance. So it's issue triaging, pull request reviews, infrastructure support, and extensions. Yeah, so extensions, one example is iMagic. So it's a very popular extension that one of the main maintainers of this extension, he couldn't continue maintaining it, and the extension seemed abandoned. So PHP Foundation stepped up and is now maintaining this. And Jakub released updates to support latest PHP versions. So I think the most important part is this graph. So you can see that not only contributions from the PHP Foundation developers grow, but actually the whole contributions from the whole community grow. That's the most important part. So that means that the work that PHP Foundation developers are doing with this maintenance, reviewing requests and answering questions, just enabling the community work. So we see it with every year it grows, and it's amazing. So what is actually the one thing I wanted to mention before I go to the impact is a thing that you might not know is that PHP Foundation actually collaborates with the European Commission on Cyber Resilience Act, and it's important for PHP Foundation to be recognized by this major political entity. That means that PHP is used in this critical digital infrastructure, at least in Europe. So all of this brings confidence to market, and we see that major PHP open source projects receive investments. And I want to emphasize it's not just commercial products built on top of PHP and receiving investment. It's open source projects receiving investments. That means that they rely on PHP, and PHP is stable and reliable language and ecosystem. So in 2025, we continue this strategic approach, and our main principles to follow are the partnerships and marketing. So we actually want to do something with the website, and we do small steps in this direction. Maybe we can, after this event, we can be more brave and push it forward. We want the community to continue growing, and we all, of course, continue the language evolution. And one of the projects that falls under all three of these principles is FrankenPHP. So it's now officially supported by the PHP Foundation. It's already by this time part of the PHP GitHub organization. So we'll try to do more things with this in regards of marketing and promotion and integration. And now I want to pass mic to Gina, who will tell you about some features that are under development.
Yep. Hello. So now it's my turn, and I will talk about what some of us, most of us actually, have been working on at the foundation in more or less different capabilities, and like what we're planning on releasing in the nearby future, hopefully. So Saki did the BC Mass object support for 8.4, but she's been continuing to work on optimizations, and she also wrote a new library, a C library, which is called XSSE, and this basically allows to use a common SSE API, which is low-level vectorization support for CPUs. So instead of just focusing on x86, which is Intel and AMD CPUs, it also focuses on ARM. And ARM is...
Just by the way, in case you don't know, having a foundation behind a programming language is not something new. So you look at Rust, for example, there is the Rust Foundation. You look at JavaScript, they have their own foundation too. It's actually very common to have not a company behind things, but having literally this, foundation just making decisions for the language, which is much better. And I'm happy that the PHP Foundation have taken the lead on the PHP project, because undeniably the results are better, but also people trust more on contributing to this language.
Important because like a lot of cloud providers are moving their infrastructure to run on ARM CPUs. Like I think the most famous one would be AWS with Graviton. So having the same performance and vectorization on ARM and Intel is kind of important. So Mate, that's probably like the big new feature which is landing in 8.5, which is the new UI API, which supports two specs, which is the WATW spec and the IFC 3986 spec, which is way older. But it basically gives an object interface and API, not interface, just API and classes, because it turns out interface, they don't really match properly. There's been like long discussions about should there be an interface or not, and it's just been better decided to have like final objects, concrete classes in their own namespace.
Stephen Fox is bringing a good point. Like, we don't see anyone from the Drupal or WordPress community on this event. And they are big too. They're massive on the PHP market.
Where you can just instantiate and query, add stuff with a sort of methods that you might be familiar if you use PSR style interfaces. So James, as mentioned previously, has been working on Pi. It uses the standard composer JSON to require your extensions, and you just run pi install and you get your extensions installed in your project, which is a bit similar to Peckle, but instead of needing to name everything, you have all of the data in Composer, which you probably should be specifying anyway. And it works for dev extensions like Xdebug as well. So then Arnaud Leblanc has recently been working on a tail-core VM proof of concept. So currently when PHP is compiled with GCC, it is faster, for example, 5.5% on average on the Symfony framework demo. And it turns out that tail calling can generate efficient CPU code. So that's, again, like on your processor. And it was successfully applied to Python, and it was released in Python 3.14. And so the first part has already been merged, and it already improves like the performance of Symfony by 2.8% on like non-GCC compiled. PHP's compiled was not GCC. And the second part would make it basically equivalent and as fast as GCC. And what this would also enable us in the future scope is to unify different kinds of VMs so that we only have one VM kind, which reduces complexity and maintenance burden and makes it easier to review the code. Then Ilya has been working on pattern matching with Larry, which is not at the foundation, but like works and is quite like well involved in the community and with PHP internals. So this is roughly an example of how it will probably look for like if you want to like access properties in a class. There are many other things currently being worked on.
Wait. Pattern matching. Okay, so it's a regular match statement, but kind of different. Let me try to understand this. So we have a point with X and I, okay? And then I'm going to instantiate that point, and then I'm going to try to match that point. If the value on X is 0, or in I is 0 too, then it will be the origin. Holy shit, this is actually cool. Wow. So if the value on X is 0, then will be I-axis. Oh my god, this is actually cool. I never thought about match statements this way, but undeniably looks good. Yeah, almost like matching objects, yeah. This is actually interesting.
About the implementation and how it should look like. I don't know exactly when it's going to come. I don't even know if it's going to be there for 8.5. I know there are like some teasing issues with like some gritty details, which sadly is always the hard part with adding new features to PHP. Then Jakub, as Roman mentioned earlier, has been working on a SAPI testing framework, which was mainly initially focused on FPM.
You know what, Redizio, sometimes when I'm looking at PHP features, I think like I will never use this, but then I just end up using them. Like one example would be the regular match statement or, name it arguments, for example. I never thought I would use them as much as I'm using it today. You know what I mean?
So like allows us testing the integration and to prevent future regressions, because that's, the main point of a test suite, really. But it also supports other web servers, so it's not just focused on FPM. So it's like Nginx or HTTPD, and you can also extend it to like run with Apache. And then the new-ish feature that he's been working on is like native JSON schema support to be added to the JSON extension. I'm not sure when Jakub is planning on announcing the IFC. I don't know if it's ready for 8.5 either, but looking at a quick glimpse, this is roughly how the API would look like. So you create like your JSON schema object, and then you pass it to JSON decode or JSON encode. So Derek has been working on the infrastructure, modernizing the PHP.NET infrastructure, reducing the number of servers, trying to move stuff around, like making it more reliable, like less breakage. But also he's been thinking of creating a new datetime API which is less confusing, probably more robust, while keeping it backwards compatible with the existing API. Shivam, you might probably know because you probably use his Docker images, has been working on this tool which is called PHP Windows Builder, which allows to build PHP and any extension on Windows, which...
Pros TV, thank you so much for the 17 Raiders. Welcome to this live stream, Raiders. We are literally celebrating 30 years of PHP, watching this PHPverse event by JetBrains. We are literally on the last talk of the event. If you enjoy PHP content, feel free to follow my channel. I have literally a YouTube channel just about PHP content. And if you enjoy and want to see more about PHP, you can follow my YouTube channel and also like this live stream. That being said, let's just jump to the live stream again.
Many people still do. I mean, I know I started writing PHP code on Windows with WAMP. I don't know if anybody remembers that or it still exists. But it also allows us to like have an automatic Windows build for PHP, which is done automatically when tagging and deployed onto the website. But he also created a GitHub action flow, which allows to like extensions when built with Pi, like to be supported to build a DDL for Windows, which I know it used to be the case that the Pecco machine was sponsored by Microsoft and had a machine that would build the DDLs, but that's been a bit of an ongoing issue for the last few years. So hopefully that should fix it. David has been working on a quite low-level feature, which is Linux packet filtering, which is able to capture and send raw packet data, which is like in the layer 2 format, which allows you to monitor, diagnose, and like possibly detect like network attacks within PHP, which would make PHP the first high-level language to support such a feature. And then myself, I've been taking on some of the work that Arno did last year and other people before that was Nikita to work on something which I'm naming limited abstract generic types. So these currently would only work on interfaces, so no class support. And you could basically have a generic built into the language where you could specify a template type in your interface, and you could then use it for different, like within the interface, and then any concrete implementation would need to support it when they implement it and they decide which types they add.
Is Gina saying that this is coming actually to PHP, or is it just exploring this? Do you guys know?
Currently, it's very much proof of concept, like it's kind of running, but there's no type declaration support. There's no abstract classes, as it's only on interfaces.
Oh boy.
You cannot extend, and this is the key point, is this approach doesn't extend to concrete classes due to technical reasons, which I can go on to if people really care. But it kind of solves the need that some people have been pushing, like in this release cycle, of allowing never as parameter types, without the weird questions about like, what does a never parameter type mean, because it means you can't call it. And then there's one final thing. Now, due to logistical reasons, James will not come here, so I will announce it. So James, earlier this morning, tagged Pi 1.0. So it's finally stable. So you can install it and install all of your PHP extensions that way rather than Pecco. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're wrapping up, and I want to say that, yeah, we need you folks. We need your support. If you can donate yourself to the foundation, or you can ask your employer, your company, just share the word, tell about the foundation to other developers, to your bosses, everyone you know, and contribute. There's a lot of ways you can contribute, and the PHP community has never been as open as it's now and as welcoming. And thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot for walking us through all of that. Like, fascinating, kind of see all the details of what's being worked on and like how much there is to come. And it's funny because I think I sometimes have the feeling that was brought up in the earlier talk of like, oh, PHP seems kind of feature complete because you know all the basics are covered. But then you start thinking about stuff and you're like, oh wow, there's like so many things we could still do.
I'm going to be honest with you. I would love to see this coming to PHP, even if it's like a partial implementation of generics. At least it is a start. I know, for example, that the Go language does also have partial implementation of generics. And it's a start, man. It's literally a start. I would love to see this coming to PHP, honestly. It feels exciting, and I cannot wait to see this and start using this, really.
We were just talking about if considering current performance levels, we try and kind of take things out of, like, not implement everything in C. Because, I mean, I realize there's been sort of attempts, looks at this direction, and is that something we should explore further?
It's funny you say this because it turns out there are like certain functions which actually perform better written in native PHP than in C, because there's not like a bunch of overhead of changing from the PHP VM to C. I know Arno was toying with something like a bit of a proof of concept. I'm not exactly sure where that went. There were a few issues of like, oh, how do you match the semantics that the engine always has to what userland does? But I mean, I think that's something that we should be exploring. Definitely, like, there are certain things which it would make easier to like add support for, especially small functions or utility functions, rather than, oh, you need to like write it in C and deal with like reference counting and possibly memory allocation bugs and stuff like that. So I think that's definitely something we should be looking into more.
It would be nice to maybe ship some like Composer with PHP and maybe some packages with PHP, like we discussed yesterday. If, for example, there's a Symfony component that is used by Symfony and by Laravel, that's already like, what, 70% of all the applications, modern applications. So if, maybe it should be part of the core at some point. But it's an open discussion. I don't think it has ever been discussed seriously. And there are no like specific plans. But the way anyone could participate or contribute is open this discussion and just bring this problem up and suggest some solution.
Yeah, I think this is another question actually similar to what you brought up, which is like other languages seem to have a lot of tooling built in or closer to the core language somehow, while in PHP it's very spread out across a lot of community projects and other intentions to bring these tools closer to the core. But I think you kind of answered that question, exactly, like, yes, it's a great idea. Concrete plans, not as far as I understand.
We did some steps in this direction. So, for example, PHP.NET website never mentioned anything besides PHP itself, and completely ignoring Composer seems just yeah. So and last year, Larry.
I think it was Jim and Larry, and there's a few people like pushed in like a policy RFC which allows the website to start potentially mentioning stuff, because that used to be like this red line. I mean, we now also advertise the PHP Foundation on the website that required its own policy RFC. I think it's just that the project can be sometimes very conservative, and I think at one point it felt that like, oh, the PHP was too big of a kitchen sink, and it was like, we should, like, when we commit and we decide something, we commit, and it's like there for like a while. Like it's not like you can just experiment for something and then remove it the next version. We don't have this mechanism. So if you add something to the language, then it's there for like probably minimum 7 years.
I would like besides generics, but Nikita was, before he left, he was talking about additions or something, like to have a way to have opt-in features where you can introduce more experimental features and have it out there in the wild. Get a much better feedback from the community for a couple of years, and even then still decide like, okay, this is not the way we're going, because now it really feels like it needs to be like right from the first time. And like we're all in software development. That
You
never
never
happens.
get it. You never get it
never
right the
happens.
first time.
But
May I just jump in?
Yes.
So there is an RFC and initiative called True Async, which is developed mostly by a guy who is not part of the PHP Foundation, nor actually never was a part of internal discussions. He just came out of nowhere, being like super skilled apparently. But the PHP Foundation developers help him a lot with consulting and just reviewing and providing feedback. And one of the things folks discussed there is actually maybe providing this under some experimental flag, because it's really hard to come up with API right away.
Exactly. Yeah, that's true. Hey, you were talking about the website as well, and I quickly wanted to circle back to that also because it was mentioned in the previous panel there. The websites. So what's going on with the websites? Any plans there? Like, just
I mean, I think with the website is like technically anybody can chime in. Like it's open source. It's like PHP web. You can or web PHP. Sometimes it's PHP in front and sometimes at the back. Yeah. But you can just go and contribute. But I think it's like a lot of it is what is the redesign? What do we want? And like people will have many different opinions about how it should look, what it should be, and I don't think we have found a good way of like aggregating the data and opinions. Like technically the official channel is the mailing list, but that can get quite hectic. Sure. And it feels you can get into bike shed. But there were a few people who like trying to work on it. And I mean, ever so often I see people like making a mock-up demo.
True.
Which is cool. Like definitely it's cool. And I mean, a lot of the like all of the documentation content is under like Creative Commons ownership. So you can technically write like, make a whole demo website and like you're allowed to like publish it under a different thing, which might be a way for people to experiment and being like, hey, I want to have the docs look differently, and maybe if this works we can be like, oh cool, this feels nice, this works well. Like that might also be an avenue rather than just making mock-up demos and necessarily trying to interface with.
Just by the way, chat, the live stream is like nearly over. It's about to end. This is literally the last talk. If you enjoy being with me here today, just put a like on the video. That's very important for visibility, but also if you want to see more PHP content, be sure to follow my YouTube channel. It has been a pleasure to be with you all today, all right?
Like the repo and stuff. But it needs to be aware that at one point it needs to get integrated back into the project. So you need to be aware of that.
One thing we already are doing, so we actually introduced analytics. Yeah. And that's how we came up with this Ruffle question. So we know which pages are more visited. So one of the most visited, actually, the second most visited page.
Just by the way, if there is something that doesn't need change, I think it's the logo. I think the logo is actually okay. The problem is not the logo. It's literally just the website.
Page on the website is downloads page, and now we know that. And it's actually being worked on right now. Yeah. So we want we got some inspiration from other languages, and we'll make sure it's welcoming for everyone.
Okay, well, that's good. I'll remember that for next year, PHPverse, when you're back, and we can like discuss the progress on that.
1 year retrospective. Has the PHP website been updated?
I think it's a good one. Niels, did you have any other questions? I mean, there are like a lot more questions.
I think there's one thing I just want to kind of clarify that I think I can also answer somebody on the PHP Foundation that I noticed scrolling through the chat. That because I think somebody asked after how can we help the PHP Foundation? I think you explained very well. How can you help contribute to PHP? Help the PHP Foundation really primarily by getting your employers to participate in sponsoring this, because the point of the PHP Foundation is to fund developers who get to spend significant.
That's important actually. So if your company is making a lot of money with PHP, and sometimes you may have some extra money which you wish to donate to the open source system, you can also donate to the language itself, literally by donating to the PHP Foundation.
Amount of their time, as Gino's been showing us, on PHP core functionality, on surrounding.
Honestly, I really liked the conference itself. I think the talks were kind of small-ish, which I love it. You know, I love to watch like 25, 30 minutes talks. I think all the speakers were great, but also like the content is just PHP itself. So that was awesome.
necessities. And we don't need a lot of like hands-on help on the PHP Foundation right now. There's a few things here and there sometimes too, but if you have contribution ability, contribute to PHP. Yeah, like do exactly what Gina said. That's where we need help, and then the foundation is really a vehicle to turn the money that we get from companies into effective change.
Yeah, if you have questions, please send me an email. I will happily answer questions. Or I guess tag me on Discord. I am there, like at Georgios somewhere. Please don't spam me. That might take a while to get through, but I'm happy to answer questions if needed.
Yeah, we actually read all the emails on the foundation. We have open discussions on GitHub. I read all the tweets, Mastodon. So yeah, feel free to reach out to us.
Cool, folks. I think with all of that being said, I'm going to send you back to your place.
Thanks very much.
A Discord thread like with lots of messages and questions. So feel free to scroll through those.
Start there.
If you still have the energy.
I will start doing that.
Thanks a lot, Roman and Gina. It was really insightful, and yeah, the foundation. You're doing
Brent, Niels, thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Right.
Yeah, I'm so glad that this all worked out. I mean, like kind of Roman said in the beginning, like in 21, this seemed like kind of a gamble and so unclear whether this is really going to work out.
Exactly.
And I think
it's so funny that nobody is actually used to be in front of cameras, and everyone is like passing on the front of the camera every single time.
we're in such a great place right now, and I really look forward to what else we're going to be able to do with that.
I remember thinking something like after the first year, like, I don't know if this is gonna work out, because like momentum seemed kind of slow, and then suddenly things picked up, and like I was just naive. I mean, it takes a little bit of time to set things up, and you know.
And I think there's definitely still a lot of work ahead, right? Both in terms of what we just talked about, like functionality wise, but also on the foundation. I think we still need to get more of the PHP community businesses on board with us. There have definitely been it's been a lot of excitement in 21 initially, and then.
By the way, great hosts here. You know, both the great job, great pacing, great questions. They made everyone super comfortable today. Great hosts. Okay, great hosts today.
It's been difficult to convince companies to keep doing this, spend money on an annual basis, not just once, because just once doesn't maintain a language for several years.
That's true.
So I think there's still plenty of room to grow and improve, but we're in a good spot.
The PHP Foundation. That's great. Like, I'm happy with where PHP is today. 30 years of PHP, folks. That's what we were celebrating today, and I feel like we achieved that. It was a nice day, I feel.
Yeah, I think we really took a look back through time and like some really early days, but really I think also focused a lot on what's yet to come. And I think it's great to see that there's a lot of positivity in this community, that there's a lot of forward-looking ideas, that there's plans for what you can still accomplish and do. And I think that's one of the things I enjoyed the most about this day, is really talking to all these people. They all have visions for their future, for the future of the language. They know what they still want to build and where they want to go, and that's really an exciting thing to be a part of.
Exactly. What's the thing that stood out to you, Niels, this day? Like one highlight.
If I have to pick just one, I mean that's going to be a little bit tricky. I think. I don't think I can pick just one. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to do one.
Pick one.
I think top most for me is just hearing about Frank and PHP again. And just, I think as Kevin was explaining this, it's just, again, picturing just what becomes possible through that. And I think while I've heard him talk about this on a number of occasions, and I mean, I knew the general concept, I think it's kind of the first time that I've visualized kind of what could architecturally change to the typical PHP application if this really becomes a new default at some point, and how this could really ease, like we're talking about improving the download page. If it's just, here's the binary.
First birthday then. I mean, why not? Folks, if you're still in chat or on Discord, keep hanging out on Discord for a while. We'll stay there as well, and definitely if you want to have a chance to win one of those, I almost broke it.
That's gonna be fine. I can put it back together finally. Been waiting for
We're
that
not gonna
moment.
like throw it here on the ground. No, we're not gonna do it. This one has.
Yeah, by the way, I appreciate we reaching the follower goal on Twitch. We are with 2,600 followers on Twitch. Thank you so much for your support over there. I really appreciate that.
To be treated with respect. We do need to find a name for him or her or they.
Oh yeah.
Maybe someone on Discord can come up with a good name. But yeah, stay on Discord and we'll keep you posted. I'm not making any promises on the time frame, but soon-ish, maybe. With all of that being said, let's see if there were any other things I had to mention. Oh yeah, well, this stream was on YouTube, so it will be available after YouTube has done processing. It's been quite a long stream, so it might take a couple of hours. And then we will also cut up all the talks and publish them separately. So if you like want to check out one talk, that's coming also soon-ish together with the Lego L.
And shout out to JetBrains and PHP Storm for allowing me to do this. Okay. By the way, all this stream today was a partnership with JetBrains and PHP Storm. They were nice and kind enough to literally, allowing me to do this reaction to their live content. So that was awesome.
Who joined us, and it was really great having you here guys. So, folks, yeah, thank you for being here. Yeah. And then we'll see each other next year, I hope. So, yeah.
Oh, quick note.
Yeah.
If you're in Amsterdam by any chance, then you should come to the meetup of Amsterdam PHP tonight. Hopefully you signed up, but I think recheck because of the strike going on. I think there's a bit of a reshuffle of the wait list because some people from further away can't make it. So if by any chance you happen to be in Amsterdam, take a look at that.
Yeah, definitely. You will be there. I don't know. I'm not sure if I will be there. I need to.
Slightly exhausted, I have to say. Yeah, I can kind of see it.
But yeah, that's pretty nice. A lot of people from the foundation will be there as well. So then you will be able to see them without a camera. So folks, thank you as well for being here and being part of the PHP community because, that's basically like, it's because of you. Isn't that poetic of me? Like folks, thanks for being here and we'll see you in the next one. Okay. Bye-bye.
That was very cool, man. Honestly, this is the very first edition of JetBrains PHPverse 2025, and I can see myself watching next year. Okay, I think I typically don't like online events because they are just boring sometimes. This was not it. I think it was super fun. Amazing speakers, amazing hosts, were very well organized. No sound issues, no camera issues whatsoever. And, they really promote the language very well. Very happy with how it went. Chat, I think for us, that's it too. If you enjoy this content, please do follow my channel on YouTube. I would really appreciate that. And catch you guys. So just to give you the perspective, you guys know I'm literally working currently on the past plugin browser for Laravel OS. So that probably will be the content for the next live streams. A bunch of literally coding with me sessions, okay? Coding with me sessions where you guys are going to just watch how do I develop this open source library, okay? So that will be the content for the next live stream. Regarding my YouTube channel, you can expect 2 videos coming soon, or 3 videos actually. So the next video will be the Jeffrey Way interview, very well produced, cut out, and everything will just be perfect. Either tomorrow or within 2 days. I need to find time to literally produce that. So Jeffrey Way interview will be on my channel either tomorrow or after tomorrow. But then more 2 filament videos, okay? So we have produced 1 video about filament, but we're going to have more 2 videos on my channel. So if you want to see more about that, just be sure to follow my YouTube channel. That being said, I'm going to literally... Wait, what? Nuno switched to the stream? What do you mean? What's happening? Huh? Wait, what? What is this? Oh, it's like a photo with everyone. Oh, that's nice. That's actually pretty cool. All the people, yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Oh, there is Eric Barnes right here from the Laravel News. James right there too. Anyways, I'm going to let you guys go. I do have to go too. So let's rate someone on Twitch as usual, in case you don't know. You can literally rate people on Twitch, meaning sending all the viewers to a different channel. So I'm going to do that real quick and find here a channel doing some sort of either PHP or Laravel. Let's see who we have here. Nobody doing PHP. How about Laravel today? Not either. We did see someone doing JavaScript, so I think I'm going to rate her. Yep. That being said, catch you guys either tomorrow or after tomorrow here on stream. I love you all. Peace out.